Hi, everyone. Can you guys see me? Testing, testing. Hi, Donna. I've had like 6 hours since I woke up at the crack of dawn trying to figure out YouTube, and the link that I posted earlier actually crashed. So I'm glad you found this one. Hi, CO. Hi, Owen. Everybody's making it here. Yay. I'm so glad. I actually came on a little early thinking that maybe YouTube was going to glitch it again. So I wanted to make sure I got on. Can everyone hear me? Can you just say yes? Oh, thank you, Donna. It's so sweet. Actually, YouTube Live doesn't have anything like Zoom has, where you can kind of soften your face a little bit. So this is the real me, no filters. Oh my goodness. Hi, Joanne. Oh, look at all the people that are coming. I'm so excited. As somebody that's pushing 70 in another 2 years, basically, this has all been such a challenge for me. I'm so glad everyone can hear me. I think we'll hold off on questions until it is actually noon Eastern time, just so the people that are joining at the right time don't miss anything. Oh, Joanne, would you mind asking the question about dogs after 11? Excuse me, it's 11 my time, but after 12 o'clock Eastern time, and that way other people will be able to hear my answer, because that's a really good one. And in the meantime, I did do a video. I think I'm wearing the same top. I am. I was sitting outside on my balcony. I have sunglasses on, and the thumbnail says something like how to bring your pet to Colombia. It goes into all the steps, but I'm happy to kind of breeze over it, give you like the basics, but it's not hard at all. You just have to follow the regulations in order to do it. Let's see, who else do we have in here? I think we have CO, we have Donna, of course, and Joanne. This is just so awesome. I feel like I know everybody. And I have actually tried to reply to every comment on all my videos, because YouTube will show me on my own channel, when I'm on my dashboard, all the comments that come in, even if it's on an older video. So I try to reply to them all. But actually, if you ever don't get a reply, YouTube flags some comments, and I find them in this holding bin. And the only reason they would flag if they think there's bad language or something, and I actually read them and they're perfectly normal and fine by many of you. I don't know why they're in there. I can't reply to them, but so much for technology. Let's see. Oh, thank you. Who said that? Oh, thank you, CO. My place always looks like this. If you look at my apartment tour, I kind of admit something. I don't consider myself OCD, but I like everything neat and orderly. So before I go to bed at night, before I leave, I always make sure everything's in its place. It kind of looks like a model home. It's just weird. Years ago, when I was still married, they used to drive my ex crazy because I'd be fussing, getting everything all perfect before we were leaving, which it really wasn't important for it to look perfect when we came back. But that's just me. This is how I am. It brings me joy. I'm a visible or a visual person. Petunia is actually asleep, right? Oop, beside. You see her? There she is. Oh, I'm trying to point. There's Petunia, and I'm actually gonna get up at some point during the probably have to get up and get her because she's almost completely deaf now. She'll be 16. She's a rescue, so I don't know for sure, but sometime this summer she's gonna be 16. So her hearing is pretty much all gone, but thank goodness it has not affected her eyesight. So she's still seeing really well. But if she doesn't hear me to come, then I may have to get up and get her. So, yes, I felt some tremors. Can someone tell me where the earthquake was centered? Because I didn't even look up anything. I was dealing with the whole YouTube mess of this live. I don't know where it was. Usually they're way down in the coffee district. So what I felt was just a slight tremor. Up where we are, like the Medellin area, they just don't get major earthquakes in my region. Usually, I guess you can never say never. I did look it up before I moved here, and there aren't major fault lines up here. And I know from living in Southern California for so many years where there are major fault lines, I would feel tremors from earthquakes that were further away from me, but nothing serious, thank goodness there. But that's one of the reasons why I chose the Medellin area was because they don't get the major earthquakes, just kind of the residual from really far away. Oh, you're just like me, CO? Yeah, I don't it's just how I am. My place just always looks like this. And if I get up, if I've been doing things, let's say I'm on the coffee table and I have all sorts of stuff spread out and whatever, when I'm finished, I put it all back. I just don't leave things. I might leave a few things in my sink, soaking or whatever, but I'll always go back to them pretty quickly and clean up. Hi, Stephanie. You said hello from, I know where you're from because we have talked before. Stephanie is in Tennessee. Hello, hello. Well, Steph, I had a major YouTube glitch. They crashed my whole stream. I am never using Chat GTP or whatever it is again to help with technical things. I looked it up later and they really do mess up. And so they were taking me through all these steps last night. And when I woke up at 6 and went to go do it, everything was starting to get worse. They walked me through even more steps and it got even worse. So I ended up just doing a new live. So here I am. Oh, wow, it was in Antioquia. I wonder where. This is a really big state. But honestly, I didn't feel much here at all, thank goodness. But I've felt these kinds of things in California all the time. I never been through a major earthquake, but much bigger than this one. I do know that my community is built like basically in solid rock and it's concrete block construction. So I'm just really not worried about it. And Colombia has very strict building laws. I wouldn't suggest if you were in an earthquake area to be in like a really old structure, but my community is only 5 years old. I might even research that at some point to see when Colombia did their strict earthquake regulations for building. And I'm sure it was quite some time ago, just like the US. They're super progressive here when it comes to building and architecture. Anyway, let's see who else is here. Oh, thank you, Stephanie. I was telling everyone earlier that this is the real me because when you do a live via YouTube without like any separate apps or anything like that, you can't do like in Zoom and make your face a little softer. So this is me and all my wrinkles and all this stuff. So this is the real me. Everybody sees me. Cisco, hi. Your property tax went up. Let's see. Your property tax went up 30%, and your home insurance went up 20%. I just renewed my home insurance policy and it was the same as last year. I think maybe $5 more for the year. And I just renewed it last month. So that didn't happen to me. And then my property tax, I don't have a previous year to compare it to, but I can let everybody know that I paid $165,000 for my apartment. We call them apartments here, kind of like a New York City thing. In Colombia, they don't use the word condo. So I spent 165,000. It's a strata 5, and that means that's the level of sort of how bougie your place is. Stratas go up to 6. So on my apartment, I paid it was around $510 for the year in taxes on an apartment that I bought over a year ago for $165,000. I'm not a math person, so you all can figure that out. But I did kind of do a comparison, apples to apples type comparison to what the proportionate amount I was paying in Florida versus what my home was worth. And it was just so far less expensive proportionally on what your home's worth here in Colombia. So I haven't had anything negative with that. Eddie Toro has a fantastic channel, and he has been here way longer than me in Colombia. And I don't know if you live in Envigado in Medellin, Eddie, or if you just do a lot of your videos there, but Eddie goes everywhere. And his videos are usually like at least 45 minutes long, and he's just walking the streets. And I just love them because he's shown me neighborhoods I've never seen before in Medellin, which is great. He's even come out this way before. So everybody make sure you subscribe to Eddie's channel too. Let's see, who else do we have? Hi, Rick. Hi from Florida, fellow Floridian. Joe, PV Trader, I remember you. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll up a little bit and look at questions. Okay, so I started with Cisco's. I answered that about the property tax. And then Stephanie, you said how much is insurance in Colombia? Insurance for what? And I'll answer that later when you tell me what kind of insurance. Namaste, Eddie. Okay, so then Joe PV Trader, you said when I moved to Florida 2014, it was 780 and it's now 3,800 even with a new roof. I don't know what went from 780 to 3,800. I'm not sure what you're saying. Your rent? Not your taxes. I'm confused. So I will answer that if you clarify, Joe, a little further down. Hey, Drone, all these Floridians. Well, what I can say is I actually decided, one of the reasons I decided on Colombia is because it's such an easy flight to Florida and I can go back and see family really easily. So a lot of people that are interested in coming here do live in the southeastern United States. Okay, and Eddie lives in Guarne. Well, I'll have to look that up. Oh, wow, Joe, your homeowner's insurance went up that much? I'm going to repeat for everyone. I paid last year $165,000 for my apartment, and my taxes were around $500 for the year. I just paid them like a month ago. So that gives you some bearing. I did that in relative relationship to the value of my home in Florida, condo actually, versus what I paid in taxes there. So my home was worth around 400,000 and my taxes were close to 4,000. So It's a big difference. Um, so let's see here. What part of Florida am I from? Southwest Florida, Owen. Oh, Joanne asked that question that you asked way earlier about getting a dog or cat into Colombia. I do have a video on that subject. It's the thumbnail. I'm wearing the same top. I'm sitting outside with sunglasses on, and it says "Move your pet to Colombia" or something on there. So basically, what you have to do is you have to have your animal checked within 10 days of your flight. I do have a woman that helped me. My vet recommended her. She does work nationally. She takes care of everything, all the documentation, and actually does it via internet and sends it from the US to the Colombian government. So you don't have to do a thing. And she charged around $60. So I will make sure after the live that I will put a link to that. It's also her link, I believe, is in that YouTube video. So basically, what you have to do is you have to go to the vet. You have to have a health check. That your pet has to be dewormed and updated on all shots if they need them. And then what is required is a certificate of agriculture letter from your state. And the woman I just mentioned has a way of obtaining that electronically and getting that all to Colombia. And so that's how you move your pet. Obviously, you have to get a plane ticket. They do take animals in cargo on Avianca. I don't know about the other airlines. Petunia was small enough to go with me in the cabin. So that's basically what you have to do. And that's all within 10 days. They want to make sure your animal's in good health. It doesn't have any diseases, has its rabies shot, and everything else is up to date. And that's how you do it. But do watch that video, guys, because I go into all the details. There's more details than that, but it's super easy. How did I move my palette, Donna? Well, in that video, I gave a link to GVA Shipping, G George V Victor A Apple in Miami. It's a mom and pop. Vivian's the wife. She's fabulous. Some people, even Stephanie, who's in here right now, talked to her already. They have the very best prices, far better than Caribbean shippers, any of them. And what they do, it's door to door. They can arrange where they come and you have to pack your stuff. So in other words, you pack totes, boxes, things like that. They come and pick everything up in a truck. And then if you live outside of the state of Florida, then you're going to have to get a company to take your stuff to Miami. But then from there, they take all these boxes and they stack them up on a pallet, wrap it, size it, and then give you a price. Mine was huge. And feel free if anybody wants to know the size of the pallet, I do have in that video in the description. If I don't, actually, I'll put the exact size. But it was huge, almost as tall as me and just big and wide, like what you see those forklifts go on and off trucks to go to, big deliveries like at Home Depot and stuff like that. So, and that costs around only $1,000. And they ship a big container or lots of containers for people that are moving huge amounts of stuff, Colombia. And then they also do the individual pallets and one or more containers a month. So your pallet's in there with other people's stuff. And then when it arrives in Colombia, it then goes by truck straight to your door. So it's a door-to-door service. How often do I fly back and forth, Joe? Well, it's just really a personal decision. I did have a relative with some health issues, so I actually during the winter I went for 2 months. So that was a long trip, and then I came back in January, and then I'll be going back again in the summer. So I try to go not all the time, but go for longer periods of time so that I can have time with my kids and my grandson. Oh, thank you, Eddie, for asking everybody to like. Andrew says we've had a number of days with horrible wildfire smoke. A smoggy city is normally 40 to 50 AQI. I'm not sure where you are, Andrew, where you're talking about wildfires. I know I don't have any here in Eastern Antioquia where I am. Donna is asking about appliances in Colombia. Actually, the washer dryer and refrigerator I bought, I can't remember the brand, it's a US name brand, was less expensive than I would have bought appliances for in the US. They have huge appliance stores, and my hunch is that there are US brands that probably manufacture or import from China to Colombia. So it's not a big deal. The only thing that I've seen that's like way overpriced due to duty would be cars. You really you can't bring your own car unless it's brand new, and then there's like 25% duty on it, and also like cell phones and things like that. So it's always a good idea to make sure that you have, electronics that you feel are up to date, that you're going to use for a long time before you leave the US and come here. I actually bought a new battery for my iPhone before I came here. Just get all that done ahead of time. But if you are planning a couple of times a year, say to go back to the US and you need a new phone or laptop or something, you just buy it, take it out of the box and put it in your carry-on or luggage. And nobody knows it's brand new, so you don't have to pay any duty that way. Cisco is saying most of, and I'm sorry, Cisco, I don't know if you're male or female. I'm just going to guess male. Say it wasn't worth it for you, or won't be worth you for you to pay to ship anything, and you wanted to spy here. And I said that in my video as well. It's just a personal choice. I was in the art business a long time, so I had paintings. I just had some things that I wanted to have here. But by all means, you can just get rid of everything and just come with the 2 suitcases. That's not a big deal. Hi, Michael in Los Angeles. You comment a lot on my channel, and I appreciate that. And Michael is asking, and I used to live in LA for a really long time because I went to USC and I stayed out there a couple of decades. He is asking, how did I muster up the courage to move? Well, I go into this, I think it was my I left van life video, or the one right before that. I was bound. Well, number one, I refused to work anymore. At the time when I was started investigating the expat thing and I was done with van life, I was around 65 years old, and I refused to go back to work. I just did. And I had I had some equity in my home, of course, and I had my Social Security. I know people are in, much tighter situations, but I knew there had to be a way. I knew there had to be a country that I'd be comfortable in, and that's one of the reasons I chose Colombia, because it's so close to going home, back to the US, to Florida. It's not a big deal. And I have traveled a lot in my life that gives me courage. But I think the biggest thing that gives me courage is the way I've always looked at things. And I've always told my kids this. I remember my son got into several different colleges, and he was just belaboring, where do I go? What if I pick the wrong one? Oh my God. And I said, just relax, just pick whatever you feel, use your intuition, pick the one you feel is best. And guess what? You go there your freshman year, and if you hate it, then you transfer to another school. So it's not a death sentence. So I've always looked at things in my life that way. I've had a little bit more of a kind of courageous spirit. I mean, but when it comes to scary things like heights, or like no way. But when it comes to just making a life change or something like that, I feel that there's always flexibility. I have confidence in myself that even if I'm broke, I can figure out a way. And I have been broke in my life, that there's always a way. And maybe I can just thank my parents for that, because they always told me that. It was a tape that was always playing. Oh, you can do anything. You can do anything. So thank you, Mom and Dad. Let's see here. Oh, okay. So Gordon is saying that he has a little trick with the electronics. He came back. Wow, that's daring of you, with 3 laptops and 2 iPads. You must have friends to help that are here in Colombia. I haven't brought that much, but what he's saying is that he, separated, carry on in a couple suitcases and things like that to separate it. But I've never done that much. Um, let's see here. Oh, Leonore wants to know if you can start applying for your visa ahead of time. Yes, I keep focusing on this, I can't think of the word, brain freeze. But I keep saying this all the time, over and over. Use an expert. You don't have to use mine, who I think is literally an earth angel and a godsend, which is Huli Franco. She's amazing. But just hire a professional. I can't tell you how many horror stories, and I hear that in the Facebook groups that I belong to. It doesn't cost that much more to have someone that knows what they're doing, advise you on the best visa for you, and actually go through all the steps. Because believe me, in fact, just at my last Facebook group, we had just a group of us at dinner, and one of the couples has to go back, has to leave the country with their son actually for a while, because they still don't have the retirement visa. So anyway, make sure you have an expert help you. Someone wants to know what color my blouse is. Is it pink or purple? Well, I'll tell you, being in the art business, it's right in between. It's what you would say magenta or fuchsia. So depends upon the screen. And that's just a little footnote too. It's very hard to pick art online because every device is different. So, and some devices saturate things like crazy. You know, it's very hard to look at original art only online. You got to see it in person. So, but that's not what we're supposed to be talking about today. Gordon is saying he used a lawyer for his visa, and yeah, it's so worth it. And lawyers are not expensive in Colombia. You know, again, I used Huli, who's like a paralegal, and she's just phenomenal. And her service, by the way, is not just the visa. She takes it all the way through your cedula, but we would say, we gringos would say cedula. She takes it all the way through, and anything that you don't have to go and do in person, she does it for you. And she even goes and picks up your cedula, which is another pain in the butt, because all of these steps, usually these government offices, no one speaks English there. You can't find out if your cedula, for instance, is even ready. And Huli goes to that office once a week because she has so many clients, and she just picks up whoever wants ready. But she has to literally sit there for a couple hours and wait in line just to go to the desk. And then they go through a stack and they hand her the ones that are for her clients. So what she does is she has you sign this little power of attorney thing the first time you go to the cedula office with her that gives permission for her to pick it up for you. So, and then she delivers it to you. So it's nice to have all of that through. Oh, and yes, it's fuchsia. Joe is asking about my Wi-Fi. Is it reliable? I was shocked because I am not in the town of El Retiro. I'm in the region, and I am way high on a mountain. I'm up almost 3 miles out where fincas are and things like that. But the developer who built my community, I don't know how they worked it, but with Tigo, they worked fiber optic. I have fiber optic high-speed internet, which I don't even think I would, if I didn't have good internet, it would be very hard for me to have a YouTube channel, you know, to upload all the videos and edit and all that kind of stuff. So I'm really lucky I have the high speed here. But from what I've heard in town and all over Medellin, the fiber optic is the thing that everybody has. So not a big deal. What's Eddie saying? I have to see what Eddie says because he's been here so much longer. I'm a newbie. Yeah, you're right, Eddie. It's so much better to have a lawyer just handle your visa, because if you make a mistake, you have to leave the country. And I've talked to people, and Huli has clients that find her after they've made mistakes, and she's had to say, I'm really sorry you bought a house. I'm really sorry you sold your house in Canada or the US, but you're going to have to leave, and you can't come back for 6 months or whatever. And then we have to start the process all over again. They could be 2 years within the 5-year process, and they have to start from square one. So it is really, really important. Melissa, do you stream only on your laptop and phone, or do you use a camera? Huli is Julie, Julie, Huli. It's just different pronunciation in Spanish. Julie is wonderful. Looking forward to seeing her. I spoke to Julie about LGBT couples. I'm so I always get tongue tied on it. I'm so embarrassed because I have so many gay friends. LGBT couples, and she said yes, it's very friendly. So yes, it absolutely is, and I have couples in my community that are LGBT. So no, there's no prejudice here with that whatsoever. So that's wonderful, Melissa. I'm so glad you had a chance to talk with her and that it was a fulfilling experience. She's just amazing, a wealth of information to help you. Um, Leonore, okay, keeping the old self-service. Yes, why did I do that and whatnot? Well, in the video, what I explained is the reason that I had to do it. I did not care about keeping my old US number. And Tigo, and as well as other carriers here, you can have unlimited data and unlimited calls for like $12 a month. But there is no SMX texting. So texting is something we're very used to using in the US, but when it's international, it doesn't work. So, and Colombians don't have texting. They use a free app. Oh, everybody uses it called WhatsApp. But what was starting to happen is I do still have ties back in the US where, and business, not my own businesses, but things I need to log into online. And now with that two-step verification, even though you ask it, in your settings to email you, not text you, they start texting you, and then you can't get the text. So I did have a one-on-one consult with a gentleman that told me that there's new technology now and that there are ways where you don't have to keep your US number and pay. Like I found at the time last year, AT&T had the very best plan. It was a Latin American plan as opposed to like Verizon, T-Mobile, all these other things. It was more like for people that traveled part-time, and there were daily fees, and it was just crazy expensive. But the AT&T runs around $75 a month, but it makes me mad. I don't want to spend $75 is a lot of money in Colombia. That goes a long way here. And I hate doing that just so that I can do two-step verification. So I am going to research that, and hopefully there's some alternatives to get around that. But anyway, let's see. Leo says Miami is a cesspool. Hey, I'm from Palm Beach County, right above that. So be careful what you say. I don't think all of Miami is, but I'm sure there are some places that are not that great anymore. Oh, thank you, Eddie. Eddie is confirming that the LGBT community has very few problems in Medellin. And Eddie, and I'm going to give Eddie a plug again. He has a wonderful channel. Look him up, and I can't remember, Eddie, if you're actually born and raised here or you were here for a while and then left. I know you go to India a lot. I have no idea what your original background is, but I know you've been here in Colombia for like 20 years or something. So he's an expert on many things, and his videos are great. He walks and walks and walks the streets so you can see everything. Oh, and by the way, everyone has to know, it's quite a feat when I do these in town and around and about with Petunia, who's sleeping over there. She's acting so calm now, but when she's out and about, she's like yanking on the leash. I'm trying to film on my cell phone. Oh, and someone asked me earlier, and I don't know who it was, what do you use a camera? No, I do everything on my cell phone. And that right now I have a laptop too. And it's just, and I thought I would use that today so that I could see, because it would be really hard to see all these comments on my phone. But no, I do everything with that. But when I'm out and about, it is so hard holding on to her with the leash, looking what I'm doing. I'm totally clumsy. So walking down the street and if there's a divot or this or that, and I'm trying to watch her, I'm trying to watch my phone on a stick. So I am doing them, and that's because I love all you guys and I want to share, but that's why I don't do them all the time. Because it is a lot of work. And sometimes one of my neighbors, they'll watch her and I can run out and get some footage. So that's how I make it work. I'm going to scroll up a little bit, so everybody bear with me. I know I'm just been rattling away here. Okay, LePrent is asking a visa question about retirement visa and how long, let's see, the expiration and renewal. Okay, if anyone really wants detailed answers, look at my thumbnail that has my interview with Huli. I'm going to call her Julie on this live because that's what it looks like, Juli. I interview her and she goes through all the long explanation of all of this. But just for everyone, just super quick, there is what's called an M-type visa, and that's a migrant visa. And that's really your choice. You can either have migrant or there are digital nomads that come here. They tend to be younger people and they can stay up to like 2 years on that. I think a year at a time, something like that. Now, the M visa, there are two types. You can either come on your retirement and your income right now, it goes up a little bit with the minimum wage and just kind of the rates in Colombia. But right now it's around 1,100 a month. If you have that in provable income, so it would have to be actually Social Security or a combination of that and a pension where you can prove that you get a certain amount every month, then you can get a retirement visa. The other type of visa is an investment visa. That means you either buy an apartment like I did. I had my choice, retirement or investment, or you could start a small business and you're contributing to the country. So they let you in for that reason. So both of those types of M visas, you cannot be a legal resident for 5 years. Now, they used to, and they still say that the first time they give you your M visa, that it's going to be good for 1 to 3 years. But Julie explained to me that in the last year and a half, she has not had a single client that has gotten one for longer than a year. So I don't know what's going to happen. I got a year. So I don't know what's going to happen. It's just a matter of renewing. And again, you use your expert person. Don't do it yourself to renew it. And you just renew it, for how many times you have to. And then in the 5 years, you're done with that whole process. The difference between the pre-residency and not is during the pre-residency. So those 5 years, you must remain in Colombia for 6 months, not consecutive, but 6 months total out of the year. That's a little, if I had a super family emergency or I had to take care of somebody back in the USA, I really have to mind my P's and Q's these next several years because I have no intention of being gone for more than 6 months. Trust me. But it's you just have to be careful. But then after you have your residency, then you can come and go however you like. It's not a problem. Oh wow, Gordon. You got your retirement visa, we'll call it. That's one of the M visas, and you were issued three years. Can you please? We all would like to know how long ago were you issued the 3 years? Because I have not heard of anyone in this last year that's been given 3 years, and that's a shame. They gave you three, and your wife one. Oh, but it's not a big deal. You just renew it. It's okay. And especially if you have an expert helping you, it's no skin off your teeth. They just go through the paperwork and stuff and just do it for you every year, or every 2 or every 3, whatever it takes. Oh, tercero. I'm married to my Colombian wife. Yes, that makes it so much easier. Oh my gosh. So everybody knows I do these one-on-ones, right? And then Huli does them too. She gets a lot of visa questions, things like that. And there are a lot of people that do the consults with us that have a Colombian spouse or were actually born in Colombia. And then their parents moved to the US and then were in the US since they were a child. I have more people that I've talked to, and even some that have come and done tours that have chosen to come back to their roots to retire. So can you imagine they were a child when they left and they're coming back? I actually have a gentleman and his son. So the father's son, the father is in his 80s, and he has not been in Colombia for 55 years. And he wants to come back home. And his son is about to retire too. And so they're going to be getting a place here. I just think that's the sweetest thing. So what I tell everybody all the time is if I can do it, anybody can do it. So look at the handicaps I had, y'all. I didn't speak Spanish, and my Spanish, I'm working on it. It's slowly getting there. I don't have any Colombian roots, so I have to do the whole visas thing. I'm alone. I'm retired. All these different things. So if you or your spouse or whoever you're coming with speak Spanish, that's huge. Oh my gosh, that right there is huge. And certainly, if you don't have to go through the visa process, that's a big help too. But I always say, if I can do it, because I had none of those things in my favor, and I had to do it from scratch, and I did it. Okay, Gordon got 3 years, but I don't know how long ago that was you got your 3 years. You know what, Gordon? Because this is so hard for me because these comments are flashing by. I would love it. Normally, the email address I put underneath in the description is for companies and businesses to talk to me. But if you wouldn't mind emailing me and letting me know when that was that you got 3 years, that gives me hope because I'm about to have mine renewed after the year. And maybe, just maybe, I'll get 2 or 3 years instead of the one. That would be nice. Oh, Donna. Donna says that I'm inspiring. And so she said, if I can do it, you can. Yeah. And just never forget my philosophy. So you do it in steps. So, and then you always make sure you have a nest egg because you know what? If you end up not liking it, that's what's exciting about life. You can always reinvent yourself and not to be, too heavy here. But I read a lot of spiritual books, different authors and things like that I have over the years. And I think it may have been Dr. Wayne Dyer that said this, but it was a quote from some other form of scripture in one of the religions. But it basically said the greatest gift is the sun rising every morning because it is a new day, but you have choices, just like what I say at the end of most of my videos, that happiness is a choice. So you can decide if you are going to be living in whatever the financial situation is that may have been similar to mine, where you're just "Ugh," all the time. I wasn't going out anywhere. All my friends would say, "Oh, let's meet for dinner." I didn't have the money to afford it. So I was becoming very reclusive. Didn't it just wasn't for me. So I thought, you know what? I choose to have a happy life and I choose to make some changes. And we have that potential every morning that we wake up. So anyway, that's my heavy stuff for the day. Oh, thank you, Leonor. You can help me learn my Spanish. For those of you that come to El Retiro or are definitely moving here or have moved here, there's a great Facebook group called Expats of El Retiro. And my friend, I have two Julies. I have Huli Julie, and she's my expert concierge. And then there's Julie, who is the admin for that particular Facebook group. It's new, so there's only about 40 of us members. So there aren't a lot of posts other than Julie posting when things are going on in town and when we get together and whatnot. And she and her family just went to California to visit, to visit for a while. So it may not have a lot on there for the next couple of weeks or so. But we do have get-togethers. We learn, a lot from one another, and you can feel free to join early if you want. Before you even come here, even if you're thinking about it, you can join the group. And I do encourage anyone that comes, whether you do a tour with me or not, we, as I said, get together usually one night, one day, during the week, doing something. So you can join the group. Yes, Donna, the cost of living in the US and Canada, from what I hear, is just way out of control. One thing that I have noticed, and I think a lot of people don't realize this, and those of us that are seniors do, is it's been fast in the last decade, but it's been a slow change. You know, when I was a child, no one's mom worked. And there were state universities and good ones. They were free, basically. I mean, just tiny fees. So you could, as parents, have two kids, go on a great family vacation every summer, have all, have a maybe not, a super luxurious life, but have a comfortable life, save for retirement. All of that was possible on just dad's income. And we're not talking that he's some highfalutin executive somewhere. We're just talking, let's just say a good middle class job. Well, look how that has changed. And what's happening now, I feel so sorry for young people, let alone us retirees. But, they're having to work 2, 3 jobs, and kids are in daycare. The parents pick them up, rush them home, feed them dinner so late, and they go to bed. So there's like this much time. My daughter's a kindergarten teacher, and I don't want to get too off subject, but what she sees at the beginning of the year is children that are not disciplined. And so many people, particularly seniors, oh, kids these days, the parents are so terrible and stuff. Well, you know what? I feel that these parents, they only have that much time with their child every day. And if I were in that situation, I wouldn't want to be disciplining them and being harsh and sending them to their room. You've got like 2 hours with them. You want to keep the peace. So I can see why they're, a little bit misbehaved and spoiled, because the parents trying to have just a wee bit of quality time because they work so much. But anyway, we're here to talk about Colombia expat life. Wow, Cisco. Yeah, you need to know someone in LA, and I used to live there for decades. Yeah, that's crazy. And they have 2 kids. They're paying $4,200 a month to rent just a small house. Yeah, that's just so sad. Leonora is saying, you're saying that you have quite a bit of equity in your home, so that's really good. The cost of living really is that much lower in Colombia. And I'm a very budget-minded person, so I plan on doing another video on that. It's a lot of it is just common sense. You could come here and blow money, but it would be, and I'm going to go into, some things that are more expensive. I've mentioned it in grocery shopping. When you go to the grocery store, there's Kellogg's cereal, stuff like that. And by the way, I have picked up the boxes, and they're not like with cereal down here. I don't eat that kind of cereal. But anyway, you know how the packaging in the US, like the boxes are this big and there's that much product in the bottom. No, they're super heavy, huge boxes for like $5. I mean, I'm talking like the giant ones. Just for the heck of it, I was in the checkout line at the supermarket, and there was Cocoa Pebbles or something that I would never buy. But I saw that even though it's a US product, it's still less. But I'm not going to spend that much on cereal. The granolas and everything they have here, oh my gosh. So what I do is I choose to buy Colombian products on just about everything, and it has less sugar. Oh, and by the way, at the grocery store, which the US does not do, all products in Colombia, just like the US, have a nutritional table on the back. So it shows you the calories, all the ingredients, whatever. But it must be a law in Colombia, because I see these huge labels on the front. And there's 1, 2, or 3, or hopefully none. And they're gigantic. Let's say you have a box like that, you have these like big things all over it. So the 3 like warning things that are on there, giant, is excess sugar, excess saturated fat, and excess sodium. Those 3 things. So, I'm going, if I'm in my local mercado and I'm kind of tempted and I'm looking, oh my gosh, that has all 3 bad things in it, I'm not going to get it. So I just think that's a great thing. Colombia is very health conscious that way. And so if you make your own food, I do the menu del dias all the time. And I've mentioned that in other videos. These are mom and pop restaurants that usually don't have a regular menu, and that's all they serve. So let's say it's chicken that day. It comes with vegetables, salad, potatoes, or rice. There's soup to start, and a big glass of juice. comes with it. So you can say guava, orange, whatever you want. And it usually runs most $5 for all that. And I can only eat half of it. I bring it home, and then it's my big meal the following day too. So if you mind your P's and Q's, absolutely. And then things, let me give you another example. Okay, Petunia, and I'm going to grab her in a minute so you guys can see her. She's really sleepy because she's getting old. Petunia has to do I give her the flea and tick, which was like the next guard. And where I am, there really aren't any mosquitoes, but I don't want her getting heartworm. So flea and tick, and then the heart guard. Well, that same company is here. They also make a triple thing, and it's all in one chewable, and it's available in the US that way too. But I was paying about, I think, $70 to $80 a month for her to have protection from those three things. And I buy the NextGuard Spectra, which protects of all these things, and I don't spend 75 US dollars. I spend 15. Okay. I know I've given this example too, and these are just silly things, but just off the top of my head. I have the weakest known, I have really thick hair, but my nails, they just break and peel and bleed and everything. So I need to have like this coating put on them, which is, well, I use a natural powder, and then there's this UV gel and all this stuff. Oh my gosh, to have that done and a pedicure on my feet in the United States when I left was like $80. And now my friends in Florida are saying, oh, this is over $100, Shelby, for a gel, for acrylic with gel and pedicure with gel. And so here it's, and I'm really bad remembering numbers. I think it's like either 15 or $20. I can't remember, so don't hold me to it, but it's in the video. At the most, it cost me like $20 to get something that costs $80. So over and over and over again, get something fixed on your car, oil change, all those kinds of things. You can even have a domestic services person, what we would call a maid, come for, just to help you out with things once a month. Hundreds of dollars now in the US, as opposed to, and you do that legally too. You do not pay under the table. I'm not going to go into all the reasons, but you do it the right way. But it ends up costing you, it's like 20 something dollars, and she's, helps you all day. So with anything and everything in your home. So anyway, just about everything is way, way less here. I'm at the bottom here. So Thread Garden, that's a cool username. Have you looked into any fine art here? I have, and you know what? I do help artists. I've mentored a few artists to help. I would be wanting to be way involved and actually still be in the art business here if I could, but I don't speak Spanish well enough. So there's not a lot of art that is available, but I'm fortunate because my little pueblo close to where I live, which is El Retiro, does have a lot of galleries. But when I mentor artists, it's really interesting. Like you see this, this is a Teresa Gerard's gigantic painting behind me. A lot of artists, they don't, they paint for art's sake. And that's a wonderful thought. But I have a line that I say to artists all the time. You know what? If you need to support yourself, this is a business. And guess what? Even Michelangelo had to listen to the Pope. So it's a business. So Michelangelo, let me tell you, that Pope was dictating exactly what was on that ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. And I'm sure if you look at a Gainsborough portrait of a woman, and he always has like the rosy cheeks, like she could have been saying when he was done with that painting, you know what? Make my cheeks a little less rosy before I pay you for, the balance on the paintings. That's the nature of it. I've worked with collectors my whole life. So I love helping artists that are here, letting them know, like, for instance, they need to paint bigger because the walls are bigger, like the Gerard that I have. So that's what I did in the gallery business my whole career. It was a combination of art and design and catering to those so they'll want to buy your art. So I'm going to scroll up a little bit because I think I missed. Oh, Eddie is telling us that he's Colombian born and raised in the US. That's what I thought. Oh, you're Colombian American, right? And you're raised in South Carolina. And I know you've been back here though, a number of years. Um, yeah, Publix, Jorge. Oh my gosh. Publix, I think, is now all over the US, but it used to be just in Florida. Crazy expensive supermarket. And let me tell you, Caruja, and Eddie can tell me if I'm saying it's either Caruya or Caruja. That's the supermarket chain here. I don't buy a lot there. It's elevated in price, but believe me, it's like a quarter of the price of Publix, but it looks like a Publix. They're that nice. But I know all of you that have followed me for a while, you know that I like to support small businesses. So I do most of my grocery shopping at the small mercados and the fruit stands and things like that. Yes, Donna, Julie, which I'm saying Hooli, her video is a wealth of knowledge. Everybody should see that if you have questions about visas. And then there is a link in the description below on all the videos that I do where you can have a one-on-one with her and get all of your questions answered. And if you got a gazillion questions for me, you can have a one-on-one with me too. But I'm trying to answer a lot of questions here to help you guys. Don is asking how good was my Spanish when I got to Colombia. So bad. So bad. And the little bit that I knew was because there's a Cuban population, not so much in Southwest Florida, but there's a bit of a population in other Latin Americans there. But my years in California, mainly Mexican American people, and a lot of the pronunciations are different. And the one thing I noticed, everyone, about Colombia, and I love, because I grew up with my mom had that book, Emily Post of Manners. I had to write thank you notes for everything. So the way Colombians speak, even in their WhatsApp messages, is so formal and so lovely. I always told my children that manners aren't rules. Manners are kindness and respect and, acknowledging someone else's spirit and their existence and being gracious to them. So I love that here in Colombia. So I picked up on that right away, and I learned very gracious things to say and kind of the style that's in the WhatsApp messages, which is not the same as texting. I'll give you an example. In the US, this is what a text is. Let's say I'm going out with a girlfriend tomorrow for lunch. I would just text, hey, are we still on for noon at, whatever restaurant tomorrow? You can't do that in Colombia. You send a text message, which is a WhatsApp message. This is how it works. And it's not hello. So these other Spanish-speaking cultures I'm speaking of, hola, that is so rare to hear here. It's buenos dias, buenas tardes, buenas noches. So good morning, good evening, good afternoon. You see how formal that is? No hola. And when you message someone, you don't just say, hey, are we on for tomorrow? Absolutely not. Or the classic, when you're meeting somewhere, you just text and say here. Oh my gosh. When just people I had just met or businesses were messaging me, I picked up on this. It was good morning. How are you? Question mark. And they wait to hear back from you. And let's say you don't see the message, and that gives them permission after a minute to go ahead and ask you. But it is so much more formal, and I just really like that. Oh, Leonor, you're so lucky. You're one of the lucky ones. Didn't you ask me earlier if I was scared or something? It's like, you have nothing to be afraid of. Oh, no. I mean, it's gonna be so much easier for you than it was for me. But as you can see, I mean, I acknowledge other people. I smile. I have interest in other people. I get to know the names of everyone, whether it's the guys at the gas station down the bottom of my mountain, the owner of my local mercado, all of that. And they giggle when I just completely slaughter the language. But I sit there and I try. It's kind of like charades too. Because I'll give you guys another example. I was going to a Facebook get together. And by the way, I do things with Colombian friends too. I've made friends with a lot of neighbors. But I was going to a picnic in a park, and I don't cook much, so I said that I would bring, dessert treats and stuff. So I went to San Antonio de Pereira, and I'm probably saying that wrong. That is part of Rionegro, but it's a section. And so was Llano Grande, a section of the Rionegro region. It's not in the downtown area of Rionegro. But anyway, I went there because that particular town is known for its desserts and its bakeries. And I already had found that out. And I have a favorite bakery there. So I went there, and I was going straight to the park after that for the get together. And so they, as they normally would, like you're getting like 4 of these cookies, they take a little brown bag and put the 4 cookies in that, then your next thing. And before he started, I thought, I'm going to try to, I don't want to get I hate getting Google Translate out all the time. I don't know. It's just a little rude. So I said in Spanish, no bag, please, always please and thank yous, always in Colombia, always, always, always. And then I said, I did charades for a box. So I went like this, and I kind of lifted it, and I went like that. Sounds like, and he smiled and laughed, went in back and came out with a big giant cake box. So then I got all my different pastries and different things in the box, so I could go to the picnic and lift up the lid and everyone could help themselves. So you just wing it. That's how it works. And certain words like gusta, with having Petunia, I know how to say in English, like if somebody's walking along with the 2-year-old, I immediately say that Petunia is amable, and that just means that she's nice, she's kind. I just learned certain things to communicate, just to, I don't know, just to get over that initial edge, or I'll go back and look up what certain words are, especially if repeatedly I'm thinking, that's something I need to learn how to say. That's, I think, a great way to add to your learning of Spanish is kind of ask yourself, where am I getting stuck a lot? Like I really wish I need to learn how to say this, because I've been in a lot of situations since I've been here where I wish I knew how to say that. You look it up, you practice it. I can't remember anything unless I literally write it down, and I test myself almost like a flashcard. I have the word in Spanish on one side of the notebook, or one side of the page, and the word in English. I cover up with a piece of paper the English, and I go through to memorize those words, because when you use an app like Diablo, or even if you're working with a tutor or whatnot, a lot of times, you could be learning things like, where do I buy my train ticket? Or, you don't know what you're learning in that lesson that time, but it's very, very helpful to keep asking yourself, I need to learn how to say that. Oh, I need to learn how to say that. So bear with me. I'm going to see new comments here. Okay, Leo the realtor. So he knows his stuff. Where do you recommend to live that is no more than 30 minutes from the airport? Oh my gosh. Well, pretty much, I mean, the airport to Medellin is about 30 minutes, depending upon the part of Medellin that you live in. Where I live, which is not in the town of El Retiro, but in the region, I'm 30 minutes from the airport. People that are in the downtown part of Rionegro are probably 20 minutes from the airport. So this whole area that I'm speaking of is very, very close to the airport. I have a shorter drive, well, not really with my mountain, but if I were in like El Retiro, I would be maybe 20 minutes. People that live in Llano Grande, it's even close to the airport. They can be in the airport in 10 or 15 minutes. So there's a lot to choose from. And the best thing to do, Leo and everyone, is just go on Google Maps. I say over and over again that the pueblos, which have regions around them, and they're not big, everybody's within like a half an hour of one another, are Rionegro, which there's on the far eastern side, is the pueblo itself. But then stretching out from that is San Antonio de Pereira. I never pronounced that right. I have to learn to add that to my list. There's that enclave. There's Llano Grande, and other districts that are all very close to the airport. Then El Retiro has a little bit more countryside of Fizebad. You'll see all this on the map. La Fe, all of that is within 30 minutes. And then La Ceja is a little further out. And another thing is, I think would be really helpful for everyone is Llano Grande and El Retiro too is kind of the Hamptons, I like to call it, of Medellin. It's where professionals in Medellin have weekend homes. It's higher end in Colombian standards, but it's still very, very reasonable. Compared, my dollar went so much further buying a place here. It wasn't even funny. But if for those, and I do get people that do one-on-ones on me that are really, really tight on budget. Super, super tight, and their Social Security is far less than me, and they really don't have much in savings and all of that. All you have to do is go further out. So Licea is a little further out, so that's less expensive. And there are tons of this tiny country villages and just beautiful places, and they all have bus service. You can still go to Rionegro and El Retiro and everything, but your price point is going to drop immensely for your rent or if you're purchasing a place. So there's always a way to do it and make it work. Oh, Faye, hi, welcome. Faye is asking, question from Canada. Approximately how many restaurants, cafes, and Retiro would you say are wheelchair accessible? It looks like the malls in Medellin and the smaller cities are. It's not so much the restaurants. What happens is when you get into the little pueblos that are hundreds of years old, the streets are very narrow and kind of cobblestoney, and the sidewalks are narrow. I don't know what people did in the olden days. So you had like horses and stuff going down the street and carriages, and it's the sidewalks. I can tell you from looking at them in El Retiro are not wide enough for a wheelchair, but I have seen people out on wheelchairs within the pueblo itself. The cars that are there aren't that many cars, and the motorcycles, they're all going super slow because these sidewalks are so narrow that everybody's walking in the street anyway. Nobody I've ever seen drives fast. I can't. I go there all the time with Petunia. I can't keep her on the leash, and both of us are on this narrow sidewalk. And by the way, as far as accessibility, Faye, those sidewalks will go up and down, and like here's one entrance to something and down, whereas the road itself is fine. So I have seen people in wheelchairs going around El Retiro in the wheelchair. But the best thing that I can say to you would be there is certainly a way for you to come visit and plenty of places for you to enjoy, but for you to really get a good assessment as far as, is this going to be the right place for you to live or not? But yeah, just because of the age, this historical quality quality of or aesthetic or whatnot, of the pueblos, I think it's be a little bit tough with a wheelchair. I know. Petunia is, you know what? I think I'm going to see if I can wake her up. She doesn't hear anything anymore. Judy, come here, baby. And she has a little dementia now too. Come here. I may have to go get her. Come here. Okay, I'm going to get up and go get her. Come here and see everybody. Come here to me. Come here to Nana. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm so sleepy. Petunia's almost 16. So here she is, everybody. Oops. Let me point this down a little bit. There she is. Petunia's with us. Okay. Everybody's laughing, LOL. So I have it tilted so you can see her. So now I'm trying to peer my head inside my laptop to see the comments. Yes, Cocoa Pebbles. I did see those in the store the other day, but I was good. I didn't buy them. Okay, Eddie is saying a small 750 square meter apartment with 3 bedrooms and 2 baths in Guarne. See, there you go. Is only $375 a month. So she doesn't want to sit here because I have the laptop kind of hanging off the edge of the table. Sorry, it was so short. I'll grab her again in a little while. So yeah, as long as you get, I have gone to various different little pueblos out in the countryside and everything, and they're so charming and so beautiful. So yeah, if you're on a strict budget and you like a country lifestyle and all those fresh fruits and vegetables and rent for less than $500 a month, that's doable. But one of my expats who did a one-on-one with me, and he was born in Colombia but raised in the US, so fluent in English, retired from his company this year and couldn't wait to come and retire here. And so, big advantage over me, he was able to go into every real estate company in Rionegro and Llano Grande, because it's the area I wanted to be, and talk to everybody in Spanish, say what he was looking for. And within just a few days, I call what he found the Cato Kalin deal. This is from living in LA. I had some friends that got deals like that. So we're talking like mansion with the guest house. Well, he got the guest house, and the woman that owns the mansion, she just remodeled the guest house. So it has all brand new kitchen, all brand new bathroom, and the view out from his place is unbelievable. And he's paying $500 a month. And it's Llano Grande, which is considered high-end Colombia. So is El Retiro. So high end is still very affordable. So anyway, so when there's a will, there's a way, but you can always go out a little further, and then whoop, prices drop big time. Oh my gosh. Ajane Eben, bonjour Nana, contente. And I'm getting my Spanish and French. See, Spanish is going to ruin my French. I was about to say de, but it's contente de te capter in direct. See, my French is blown now. So I am sorry, but I had French from kindergarten through 12th grade, and I never used it. And so I forgot it all. But I do understand it a little bit, but not what you just said. I'm sorry. Terzo 87, hello. I know Europe outlaws curious amounts of ingredients that the US uses in the food supply. Do you know if Colombia does the same? Well, I can give you a hands-on example. Petunia started having some incontinence, the Depends commercials that females have. Well, it happens in dogs too. And she sleeps on my bed, and it started about 3 years ago. So she was like 13. And she was leaking all over my bed in different spots all night long. So I took her to the vet. We tried some holistic things first. Nothing worked. And he said, this is the tiniest speck of estrogen. And the pill is the size of a saccharin, and I cut it in quarters. I just give her a quarter of a saccharin size amount of estrogen. He said it's not going to harm her. And she was already so, aged anyway. She wasn't going to develop cancer from it or anything. So anyway, so I put her on that. And when I came to Colombia and set up with Miguel, my vet, what happened was I came with plenty of a supply, my own prescriptions, and then also this prescription for Petunia. And I asked my vet, he said, oh no, you can't get any hormones for dogs because the government outlawed any type of hormone for any type of animal. So, and that was mainly because of agriculture, but you can't even get a hormone for your dog or your cat. It's just not sold. So I know for sure that they're super strict about it. I'm sorry, someone's at my door right now. One of my neighbors. Yeah, I gave my key to, so they're talking right there. Okay, hold on one second. Oh, that's what I thought, Eddie. I was going 750 meters. So he was saying that great deal is 750 square feet. But that's fine. I mean, my place is like less, I think like between 850 and 900 square feet. It's plenty big for me. Um, David is asking, hi, David Plata. I was born in Colombia to a Colombian father and US mom. I came to the US about age 14, thinking of retiring soon in Colombia. I've had so many people, as I was saying earlier, wanting to, doing it. I mean, it's the best idea in the world. Um, and you want to know what kind of visa. I wish I could answer that. Well, you shouldn't need a visa. Wait a minute. You were born in Colombia. You don't need a visa. You can just you're already a citizen because you were born in Colombia. So that's my answer to that. But if you need to check on other things that are complicated, there is a link below in the description and also on all my videos to do a consult with my expert concierge who helped me with absolutely everything, Julie Franco. So you can talk to her about that. But I think that you don't need to because you were born here. Petunia looks 4 years old. Yes, she does, Melissa. Yes, and Miguel, my vet, was such a dear. Your cat is 17. Oh, that's so sweet. And I was telling Stephanie earlier, I don't know if she's still here because she's a cat person, that Miguel has a dog and cats now, but he grew up with all cats. So he's great with both, but he adores cats. Love, liberty, and the cause. Oh, that's a great handle you got. Welcome. Thank you so much for sharing information. Well, you are so welcome. I just based this channel on everything that I wish I knew, that I had to find out, all the research prior, digging, 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 digging. And there weren't channels like mine, and there wasn't a channel like Eddie's. Oh my gosh, he walks down every street. I wanted that. I wanted to walk down every street. Eddie is saying Thread Garden, another bilingual school, but it's not close to Colegio. All these places. If somebody was asking in the comments up higher about a bilingual school, I know there's one. If you're asking for children, I know there's a private school in El Retiro that teaches in English and Spanish, because I do have some friends that have brought their children here. So they can learn Spanish really fast, but it's also all the teachers there speak English too and everything, so it's really helpful. Okay, Senora Johnson. Hi, welcome. Hi, Nana. I'm moving to, see, I just butcher Spanish. It's so bad. Valle du Par, Colombia from Tennessee next month, and would love advice on what kinds of things I should bring from here that are difficult to get there. You can get anything here. And basically, other than electronics, everything is less expensive, even the US things. But certain things you can't get, like there are a couple supplements I take that I can't get here. So when I am back, I just bring back like even a year supply, even though I go back to the US like every 6 months. I just bring plenty of those back. But you pretty much can. You talk to anyone, and you'll meet expats on these Facebook groups that are here. What they tell you, what they pack, are like their favorite. Like, gosh, you can even buy Hershey bars here and Snicker bars. You can buy. They've got Doritos. I don't buy any of that. I buy plantain chips. I buy everything Colombian because it's like half the price. But the other thing that a lot of people bring back, and I did, there are some spices. And you can't ship on Amazon. They won't ship spices or food or vitamins, anything like that. So what did I bring? I think it was sage, because I like that. I like sage in chicken. So there were some spices that I brought back. But and then some of my favorite teas, and there's some great Colombian teas, but I have a couple favorite that are in like Walmart and the grocery stores. I put those in my suitcase, but you pretty much don't there it's this is such a global world now. Oh my gosh, my first trip abroad, I was in high school. My parents were nuts, but they allowed me to go with other friends. It was a tour company, which is similar to EF tours for kids. But anyway, we were chaperoned. We were high school kids chaperoned by college students. Yeah, they were really in charge of us. Oh my God, it was like wine festival tour and beer gardens and everything. I was only 16 years old. But anyway, I grew up fast on that trip. But anyway, I remember towards the end of that trip, and it was 2 months long, the whole summer, we were freaking out. And we were in Munich. And I think it was one of the first McDonald's that was ever put in Europe. And we were freaking out because we got to go to a McDonald's. And then it was another time on the trip. I can't remember what country we were in, but we were near a US Army base. And one of the kids that was on the trip with me, one of her parents had been in the military. And so we got to go to the commissary on the base. Oh my God. We bought Jif peanut butter, Oreos. We're like, oh my God. And so, but things are so different now. Here in Llano Grande, and not that I would ever go to one, there's a Starbucks, for goodness sake. So you're really not going to be missing anything that you have in the US. I wouldn't worry about that. Gordon Black is saying you can't get Velveeta for nacho cheese. Probably so. But I bet there are cheeses and different ingredients that you could make, do a combo cheeses, if you Googled it to be similar. But I don't know. I don't need Velveeta, Gordon, because I don't think it's very good for you. But I'm sure there's a way to make nachos here. So we'll have to Google that. Oh, Donna, yes, the towels. Oh, I can't tell you got the towels and sheets. Yes. I can't tell you how important it is, all of you that are interested in coming here. I want you to join every single expat Facebook group, the Colombian ones, the Medellin ones, the ones that are out in my area. Join them all. Most of them welcome people that are only thinking about going to Colombia. And so what you do, you don't go in there and flood with a million questions, because believe me, all the people that belong have answered over the years these questions 50 million times. So don't do that. Use the search button, put in your keywords, and you're going to see that answers have been posted for years, and just go in the more recent ones. So I saw it was a women's expat group in Medellin, and the women kept commenting on, oh my gosh, I wish I bought my towels and sheets, because the towels are really thin here. We're kind of used to them a little bit more fluffy. And the sheets, the thread count isn't as good. And believe me, there's high-end stores here and stuff, but it's just a cultural thing. The sheets don't feel as smooth and whatever. So remember I shipped that one pallet. And that saved me money too. I shipped my sheets and my towels. The bed's different. Just so you guys know, you can look up mattress sizes by country on Google. And I have a queen bed, which is bigger than a US queen, but a Colombian queen is almost as big as a US king. And so that's the size bed I have. And I brought my king sheets and I got those little clamp things for the corner for the fitted sheet, and they fit fine. So I brought my own. But you know what? We all have to compromise a little bit too. I mean, I can't say that I have absolutely every creature comfort that's identical to what I had in the US here. No, but I look at all the advantages and the people here, the friends I made, how warm it is. I just, the natural beauty here, the fact that I don't have the financial stress anymore, all of that. Oh my gosh, you know what? If I didn't bring my own sheets and towels and my sheets were a little bit more rough, I would say you're not going to get like really, really cheap prices, but I don't think it's going to break the bank. But you've got in a situation and you got something that you're not quite used to, you know what? You would just weigh it out. I mean, it's just, come on, look at all the benefits. So you can deal with that. I see in other expat groups where people complain about the service. Well, the service is slow in Colombia because remember I told you that Colombians are very formal. Even in the small rural communities, they dine and they take their time and they have courses. And US is just used to chop, chop, chop. And so to complain about that, I'm sorry. I'm here, I have all the time in the world, but you know what? If I were in a rush and you haven't seen your waiter or waitress for a while, you just get up and look for them and say, oh, by the way, la cuenta, por favor, the check, please. I mean, is it that big of a deal? Is that going to make me not stay in this country and want to leave? I don't think so. Okay. Slim Jims. Okay, so Gordon is talking about, yeah, certain things. So if there's something that you absolutely, it's just your thing and it's your comfort food or whatever, believe me, every time I go to Florida, I bring back some things that I can't get here. It's like, oh, I haven't had that in a while or whatnot. Yeah, that's fine. And then the other thing you can do is you can't, Amazon ships most things here for free. I've gone into all the details of it in other videos, but you can get stuff. You can't get food and you can't get vitamins. But when you do go back, you just bring back your treats and stuff. It's not a big deal. But guess what? Also, there are so many Colombian treats that are delicious. Oh my gosh. I'm actually gonna get up and show you these potato chips. Hold on. Okay, you guys are getting a preview of my video that's coming out this coming week because everybody, not all you guys, but a lot of you were complaining, I shouldn't say complaining, commenting that I need to put prices on my videos more. So I went to my local D1, which is, they're all over. Like every Pueblo has a D1. And they're actually kind of like a Trader Joe's. There's like gourmet type things in there for cheap. So, oh no, I ate them all. I can't show you. Oh darn. But I can show you these. Okay. So this is quite a large bag of cashews. It says it has 2 servings. I'm actually a little hungry. I'll show you the size of these cashews. You guys are getting like a weird live, but you know what? It's fun. So look at the size of these cashews. They're big, they're salted. And this whole bag is like $1 at D1. It's just like Trader Joe's, their snack aisle. Oh my gosh. So they have these veggie chips and I looked up, it's like yucca and plantain and different types of potatoes. There's like sweet potato in there and regular potato. They are so good. They don't have the saturated fat in them. And it's not the size of like an individual, like what a kid would have in the lunchbox. It's probably twice that size. It's a large serving for one. And that's like maybe 60 cents or something for a bag. So I'm just into buying things that are made here or at the discount stores. So that's D like David 1, great discount store. Their milk. I won't show you, but milk comes in a bag in the refrigerator section in Colombia. And I get milk I'll have to figure it out, at D1 for 2,200 Colombian pesos. So I would say it's bigger than a quart. It fills a big carafe. Okay. You get in the bag and you get a carafe like at Dollar City or D1 or whatnot. That's what you have to pour your milk into the carafe. That's how they sell it in a bag. But it's delicious. It's really good fresh milk. You can get low fat, regular milk, or lactose free. So for 50 something cents, it's at least, I think it's bigger than a quart. So that just gives you guys an idea. And I haven't had anything to drink. What time is it? Oh my gosh, almost an hour and a half I've been talking. Mike Myers used to have, I can't remember, it was on Saturday Night Live, and he played this woman on Long Island. And I forget what her name was. It was so cute. Well, he's Jewish, and so he was mimicking a Jewish woman in Long Island, with thick accent and stuff. And she would sometimes go, I don't know what the Yiddish is, like contempt or something, and she would just say, talk amongst yourselves. So you guys, I'm going to take a few swigs here. So talk amongst yourselves, chat away. I'm just going to take a little break here. I'm back. Okay. Oh my gosh. You know what? This is going to go taped on YouTube, and people are going to look at this thing and go, this lady is like a little weird. This is not a typical live. I had no idea that I'd be like all over the place like this. Oh, Eddie, my mom was from Envigado, so that's why you spent a lot of time there. Your mom was from there, and your dad from Frontino, which I don't know. That's the other thing. People say, "Oh, you're so brave. You're so this or that." Do you know what? After this stream, I'm going to go back and look at the chat because people have mentioned things. I'm curious. When I see something and I'm not familiar with it, I look it up. I like to, I don't know, it's an adventurous spirit. I like to investigate. Like, oh, that's cool. Where's that? Or it's just, it may be really far away, may not ever go, but it's just giving yourself more knowledge. I love maps too. I'm just into that. I love geography and I love travel and all that good stuff. Oh yeah, Eddie, the croissants at D1 are freshly baked and they are so good and they cost next to nothing. Yes, you can get Katie. Hi, Katie. I haven't seen you in here yet, and you've probably been saying things all along, but I'm missing all these comments and questions. Non-dairy milk, yes, you can get that in Colombia, and they have soy milk and different kinds. I don't know if there's oat or not. I'm fine with dairy, so it's just something I haven't looked for. Oh, when I was putting I still haven't finished editing the D1 video. I missed like the milk. I didn't need milk that day. So I didn't photograph it and the price of it and stuff or video it. So I went on the D1 website. Everything that they sell is on their website and the prices are there. So D for David 1, Colombia. Go on their website and you can go shopping as if you're here and see how inexpensive and cool stuff. You can even buy capers. My little grocery shopping, I realized was so bizarre, the kind of stuff that I was getting. But yeah, they have like gourmet things and everyday things and flavorful things, all different things. And they have import. Oh my gosh, their cheeses. I'm giving away the whole video, but you'll still want to watch it, hopefully. I never like the taste of alcohol, so I've not been a drinker, but I always make sure I have red wine and white wine in case people come over, in my apartment. So right when you first walk into my D1 are the wines. The wines that I photographed were like $5 a bottle, normal, tall bottle of wine, like a rosé and I think a white. But I asked the local this quite a while ago. I said, are there vineyards? I thought there'd be like vineyard tours and things like that. And guess what I learned? Because there's Chilean wine in D1 and wine from Portugal, that something about the climate, the elevation, there's just something about, oh, I know what I learned. It's because Colombia is right on the equator and there's not enough of a seasonal change. Yeah, so it doesn't grow good grapes because of that. So if you get down in South America, like Argentina and Chile, then they have the change of seasons, and so the grapes are good. And you think about it, like France has a change of seasons, even Northern California, the winter is much colder than the summer, so that's necessary. But yeah, just too close to the equator. So at D1, even though it's not made in Colombia, you can get imported wine. They even have cheeses from Spain and everything for like nothing. Yes. Oh, Amazon 75.96. Hi and welcome. That's a really good point. And I was going to actually talk about that in one of my videos, and I never did. It's you can't buy half and half. And so I thought, oh, I'll just make my own. So I'll just buy whole milk. and cream. And you wanna do it in the dairy section. There is a section, just like there's a tiny section in the US, that canned milk or boxed milk and stuff, and that's actually heated to a really high temperature, so it has a shelf life, so it just has a weird flavor. Some people that have written to me think that's the only kind of milk you get in Colombia, but that's not true. They have it in the dairy section. So what's in the dairy section in these bags in different sizes? Well, there is cream, but it's thick. It's like heavy whipping cream that's like it's a cross between heavy whipping cream and the consistency of sour cream. It's not something you wanna put in your coffee. But I tell you what, I just don't drink glasses of milk. The reason I buy milk is because I put it in my coffee in the morning and in my granola, and I just buy the 4%. It is so much creamier and so much richer and fresher than the milk in the US that it satisfies my craving for half and half just fine. So just buy the regular whole milk, and it's only 50 something cents for more than a quart at D1. Joe is asking me, have you used any healthy lifestyle services with your health insurance? Um, they can help you with diet plans. Yes, I've heard all of that. And I have not had to use my health insurance yet. I've just been fine. I've had it for I think like 3 months now. Oh, and I thought to ask Julie, my concierge expert. I thought, oh my gosh, I never got my because she helps with everything. I said I never got my Sura EPS, that's the government insurance card, and she said, oh Shelby, you don't need that. The Colombian system, that cedula, which you get after you get your visa, is your government ID, and everything is linked to that. She said, "Oh, you go to the doctor's office or heaven forbid, the hospital, you just show them your cedula, or just an image of it on your phone, and they can log into your insurance and everything." So, it's very helpful. But, no, I haven't. I did have an outpatient thing at San Vicente, which is a beautiful hospital in Medellin, and the one in Llano Grande, Rionegro is even prettier. Just Google it. Look at the Rionegro San Vicente Hospital. Big giant logo on the outside. It's like a sculpture of a hummingbird. And someone told me if you check in, even the towels and the bedspread in the hospital beds have that beautiful hummingbird logo on it. It's so first class. They have English speaking concierges there to help you. I had to get my blood checked. It turned out to be a false scare, but as usual in the US, they put me down a rabbit hole all the way down to a bone marrow biopsy right before I came here. But they said, oh, check, you're fine, you're benign, everything, but just check your whatever count in your blood every 3 months. So when you get to Colombia, get a hematologist. So I got that. I went to the hematologist. They set up to do the lab work. They said, oh, do you want the lab work? Do you want to come back for an appointment here, or we can send someone to your home? And I said, well, I live in, which I don't disclose my exact address online, but I live in blah, blah, blah. And I'm way up that mountain road. And she said, oh no, we can send a lab person up there. It was like $3 or more than if I went back. $3 for someone to come all the way and 20 to 25 minutes and up a mountain road to draw my blood. And then I went back and had a whole review of everything with the hematologists again. So 2 specialist visits and lab work, and they came to my house, came to $120. That's when I had travel insurance before I got my regular visa, which is required when you apply for your visa. But that doesn't cover like a pre-existing condition. That's if you get sick when you're traveling or you have an accident or something like that. So out of pocket, all of that, which was probably thousands of dollars in the US, cost me $120. So Gordon lives on the beach in Santa Marta. I can't wait to go there. I haven't been to that part of Colombia yet. But yeah, Colombia, just so everybody knows, has all different climates. It's a big country. And generally, what creates climate, most of all, is elevation in a country. So if you're close to the equator and you're down at sea level, then it's going to be a warmer, more tropical climate than it is for the Medellin region where I'm in, which is 6 to 8,000 feet. So we're just cooler here, drier, that type of thing. But Colombia is an extremely diverse country. So depending upon the type of climate you like, there's pretty much, a place for you somewhere here or many places. Oh, Owen is educating me more on wine, even though I'm not into wine. But this is good for a lot of people to know. The soil is too fertile in Colombia and too much rain for the wine grapes. Interesting. Um, oh, Senora Johnson is saying hi to Petunia. I'm thinking maybe she just doesn't feel well today. She's like sleeping a lot more. But in general, she does sleep more because she's almost 16. Gordon has Amy or Ami doctor services, and they make house calls and that costs $175 a year. Yeah. One of the real estate agents I worked with, actually, when I thought I was going to be living in Medellin on my first trip I came, and he owns an agency. He's in his 80s, and he said, I never have insurance here. He said, I just pay out of pocket. He said, even if I had to go to the hospital, it's like a couple $100 a night. It's not thousands of dollars a night. So anyway, I don't recommend that, by the way. But yeah, the medical care here is outstanding, some of the best in the world. And I mean, the doctors are amazing, everything. And just about every doctor is 100% fluent in English because their studies, their universities, they actually learn medicine in English. Oh, Eddie, thank you. I'm sorry, I don't even know to look at that. Eddie just told me, oh my gosh, 84 people are watching, and they probably think I'm crazy. I think I'm getting a little punchy because it's been an hour and a half, but I can talk forever. I just have to drink a little more water here. Well, hi, everybody. Oh, Amazon is asking a good visa question. If you have a visa like mine, which I have an M visa, and I've told everybody that's either an investment or retirement one, where did you go? Are you required to be in the country a certain number of days a year? Yes. So any type of visa that is a migrant type visa, you are required, it does not have to be consecutive, but you have to remain in Colombia each year a minimum of 6 months. So, and that actually works out fine. I mean, for people that are unlike me, say they're wealthy and they just want, to come to Colombia for the cold months of the year, say they live in Chicago or whatever, they don't even need a visa. Really, I mean, they can, if they're not coming for extended amounts of time, they can come for 90 days, renew it even, quickly while they're here and stay 180 days. So that's like 3 months out of the year. And then, the only time you'd have to be careful is if you have a visa, that's the M visa, and you think that you are going to have to be gone longer periods of time. What that would do is cancel out your whole process, and you probably have to start all over again. So yes, to answer your question, 6 months, not consecutive, but total months of living each of those years until you get your residency, which takes 5 years, that you have to abide by that. Diane, Florida. A lot of people from Florida, because it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, guys? There's nonstop flights from so many airports in Florida. It's, to Fort Lauderdale or Miami, it's like 3 hours and 10 minutes. I mean, so it makes a lot of sense as people are still close to loved ones, and particularly in the region where I am, which it's, 20, 30 minutes from the airport, 30, 35 minutes from Medellin to the airport, and then boom, you're home in like 3 hours. I mean, it's, so anyway. But Diane is asking, I wish I knew this, but that's something I will ask my expert concierge, Julie Franco, about mental health practitioners, psychiatry, and therapy. I don't want to say I'm positive, but I know that the Colombian medical system is so extensive and so amazing that I'm sure there's that. And Eddie, if you're still here, he's already answered. Thank you, Eddie. We just need to do these live streams all together all the time, Eddie. And for those of you who recently joined, you've got to check out Eddie's channel. He has a whole different way of just doing things and filming things. You know, we all have our different styles, but Eddie travels all around to all different regions and on all sorts of great topics. But he shows you like street view. I mean, he's walking out on the streets for long periods of time. So you really feel like you're living here and experiencing it. There's another guy too, and he's not here, but it'd be so nice if he joined us sometime. I'll plug his channel. It's Life with David, and he's a super adventurer. I mean, I have to be careful as, you know, a single old woman and her dog and stuff. He goes to all sorts of crazy places. And he's so adventurous. But yeah, David does, his channel's Life with David. And so he and Eddie just get really into the whole nuts and bolts of the country. Oh my gosh, Maggie is here. Hi, Maggie. Everybody scroll up a little bit. You'll see Maggie's channel is Single Women Retiring Abroad. And I was actually interviewed on her channel. And I'm going to be interviewing you one day on my channel. I've just got to get this tech stuff going here. Maggie does lives from Panama like every day. And oh, you have no idea, Maggie, what I went through. Everything crashed like all morning long. Anyway, I had to come up with a new live at the last minute, but we did it. But just to let everyone know that if anyone is looking into Panama too, that even if you're not a single woman retiring abroad, you'll get so much information. And she shows her everyday life. She goes shopping. She cooks. Oh my gosh, I can't even cook, but she makes all these amazing things. Panama is really similar amount of savings, you know, a place to retire to, very similar to Colombia. So she gets all these beautiful fresh ingredients and makes these great things. And what I really love about Maggie's channel, and it's been encouraging for me, and one of the reasons I did the negatives, you know, like not everything's perfect. She's very, very honest on her channel, and she gives really good advice. And one thing that really stuck in my mind, and I've been saying it on a lot of my my videos, is that you need to make sure that if you're going to leave your country of origin, you're going to start a whole new life, and all you have is Social Security, and you don't have any savings. I would not do it. And I mean, you have to have enough that if you need to leave or go somewhere else, you have to have a little bit of a nest egg. And you can plan for that. Even if you're retired, you can get a part-time job or whatever you need to do before you leave. Do that for a year or so. And just think smart before you make a big giant leap like that. So thank you, Maggie. Thank you for all your good common sense all the time. Oh, Amazon. I don't think so. Eddie might be able to answer it, and Huli did in the video, but I can't remember. So you first have your M-type visa, which is your migrant visa, which it can be retirement, or you bought property, or you started a business. You go through that process for 5 years, and then you get your residency. While you're going through the visa process, you have to be here a minimum of 6 months. From what I know, and again, I'm not the expert like Julie is, but from what I know is then you can come and go as you like, that there aren't restrictions once you have your residency. You don't have to abide by that 6-month, non-consecutive, but 6-month minimum time that you spend in Colombia. I think you're just free and clear after that. Oh, and Melissa Toro is saying, you're listening as you pack your house and try to sell things. Oh, let's cheer Melissa on. That's it. That's thank goodness for Facebook Marketplace and stuff. But oh my goodness. Well, you have to tell us where you're moving to. Oh, not specifically, because I want you I want you to tell the, don't give us your address, but are you moving to Colombia and what area? Yes, and she loves Life with David's channel too. That's awesome. Yeah, Eddie is reiterating, that where he is in Envigado, where I am in El Retiro, which also is Llano Grande, La Ceja, Rionegro. These are very, popular with pensioners or what we say seniors or retirees. They're not party towns, which is nice. But there's a lot going on. I mean, I can't even tell you how much goes on in that little pueblo of El Retiro. I mean, classes, art, theater, dance, lectures. I have a degree in art history, and I was looking at one of the centers because a friend of mine was just showing it to me because I was going there the following day because I volunteer and we have English conversation groups. So Colombians that are learning English, it's just a great place to sit and have coffee and chat in English. And they love listening to us expats because it just gives them a chance to have conversations in English. But anyway, so I was there the day before, and there was an art history lecture going on and a big screen in one of the rooms. And I'm like, I know that. It's like, gosh darn, I wish I was better at Spanish. I'm working on it. I would love to do something like that, to hold a class for students. That would be so great. Okay, music. How on earth did you get that YouTube name? You must have been joined YouTube back in its infancy. Because I know getting something that simple of a name, that is so cool. I love your handle. You went to Cartagena in January. The tourist area is very nice. Um, but Mercado Barús, chaos, you said? Meaning, I guess, a little bit too hectic. I was afraid to get out of the taxi. I turned out okay. Yeah, I must say that Facebook groups and particularly groups that have people not just like me, because again, I'm a newbie. I was just a fast learner, and I'm great for people to hear from that want to know what the new newbie experience is. But there are people in Facebook groups that have been here a really long time. I learned so much about what was good neighborhoods, what's not. And that's why you don't want to just come a brief amount of time and boom, just move your whole life. You want to come here for enough time where number one, you can make the decision whether you want to relocate here. And then in order to find a rental, and do all those kinds of things, that's going to take time. But during that process, people are going to help you. The Colombian people are so helpful. So whether it's the real estate agents or I am going to give you an example of something that happened to me. And I wish Dora was here. Dora, I'm only giving her first name, was who I bought my apartment from. What happened was her agent ended up not being able to come at the last minute for the walkthrough. And I had flown back down and I got in an Airbnb, all ready for the closing and everything. And I needed to do a walkthrough because I hadn't seen the place in like 6 weeks. And she couldn't come like at the last minute. And so Dora, the owner, came. And I had been in an Airbnb, and you never know with an Airbnb, right, guys? And I booked it for like a month, and you don't get it refunded. I shouldn't have done that. It wasn't what it said it was going to be, and the hot water wasn't hot. It wasn't even tepid. And I mean, it wasn't the best experience. So anyway, I got to chatting with Dora. She asked where I was staying, and she said, "Oh my goodness, you can't stay there. I'm leaving tomorrow to go back," because they have a home, and she's Colombian, but married to an American for like 40 years, going back to the US. And she said, the reason she was selling her place is because they bought a house instead. And she said, "I have my brand new house. It's in a beautiful gated community. I'm leaving. You just stay there." And I'm like, I didn't even know her. I said, no, no, no. At that point, I didn't have a car. I had one of Julie's helpers, Johan, actually drive me to my walkthrough. And I said, no, no, no. She starts speaking to Johan in Spanish, and twisting Johan's arm. And he's like, then saying to me in English, "Oh, we have to go." And I'm like, okay, she wanted to give us lunch and everything. Long story short, she insisted. She said, "I want someone staying here. I don't want just sitting alone." And she loved Petunia instantly. And she just stay here. I said, "I'm actually taking down a wall. I mean, it's going to be a stay though, because a month, maybe a month and a half. She's like, no, no, you must. So can you believe that? The person that I bought a house from, we are so close now. Her aunt lives next door. I spend so much time with them. I mean, and the Colombian people are, and rightly so, are so proud of their area. I've gone on these day trips where they take me to the most spectacular little pueblos. We have more fun. I can't just, I can't emphasize enough how warm and giving and loving the Colombian people are. Let's see. Owen wants to know why I chose El Retiro. Well, I didn't choose El Retiro. I was looking in the general Rionegro, La Ceja, El Retiro area, and I happened to fall in love with the view, which I'm turned around because I didn't want to be backlit. It's all glass over, can't see over that way. And I just wanted to be in this region, and so I had to fit in my budget. I didn't want to be right in town. Didn't want to look at other buildings. Pretty much everything out here that's not right in the Pueblo either has tree view, maybe a valley view, mountain view. Pretty much everything is really, really pretty. So it wasn't strictly just El Retiro. But I must say that my answer to that is in a video that says "No way, Medellin," which was kind of mean, a little bit clickbaity. But I have nothing against Medellin. I love it there. But why I said no to Medellin and I came out here. But it's just a quieter lifestyle. There's no noise. Medellin's very congested. I mean, I thought it would be more spread out like Los Angeles. I didn't realize it was a lot of tall buildings, really tight, lots of motorcycles, cars. Nothing against that. I mean, one of my favorite places in the world is New York City. It's just not the kind of full-time thing that I want. So I'm just more of a countryside person, but I like my small town to have my whole, general local region to have pretty much anything I need, which it does. I mean, there's everything. There's even all the major car brand dealerships. Not that I'm here buying all these cars, but I mean, there's everything out here. But the city is also right there too. That whole cultural center and all the great places that are in Medellin is only 35 minutes away from me. So that is why, to answer your question, that I chose this region, because I'm a old fuddy-duddy and I don't like to party anymore. Let's see. But don't get me wrong, there's lots of night activity in El Retiro. There's tons of restaurants. It just gets sleepy by 10 o'clock. It's just not like a city is, where there's nightclubs and all those things going on. It just, it just quiets down. That's the difference. But there's lots to do. There's incredible restaurants. There's musical events in the town square a lot. There's just always a lot going on. And even evening classes, the English conversation group I told you about, that's an evening thing. So there's always stuff going on. Oh, Boink. I love that name. Hi, Boink. Yeah, I have $1 million view. And I tell people all the time, it's $165,000 and I have a view that would be millions of dollars in the United States. So yeah, pretty cool. Melissa Toro is thinking about Rionegro also. Okay, good. So Owen, you're seriously considering Medellin, but also thinking about El Retiro. So come for a visit and, spend a few days in Medellin and then spend a few days out here. And then, because nobody can tell you what you're going to, what's better, because there really isn't a better or a worse. They're both great depending upon what it is that you love to do, the kind of atmosphere you like and everything. So the best thing to do is just come, and experience it. I'm going to scroll up a little bit, take something to drink. So as I said earlier, I don't know where the camera is, talk amongst yourselves for a minute. My throat is like scratchy. And no, D1 stores do not pay me to advertise, but this is a good size bag of cashews and they are huge. And I haven't taken a bite of one yet, but they're gigantic cashews. And they're like $1 a bag for cashews, so I love them. Because I've been doing this for almost 2 hours. But you know what, guys? I knew I could do this a long time because I'm sorry, I'm talking with my mouth full. Hold on. Because I come from the art gallery business and the art gallery world, and of course we do a lot of openings and shows, and then there's like a pre-opening for a couple hours and then the opening itself for a few hours. I was in, like every month or so in a situation where I would be talking like this for like 4 or 5 hours. So I can keep going. If you guys can keep going, I can keep going. Okay, so let's scroll up a little bit and see what everybody's been having to say. Yeah, Eddie is saying that Life with David is a good channel too. You guys, Eddie, remind me of each other. Eddie Toro has his own channel, which is fantastic. And then David with Life with David. And you're far more adventurous than me. But I must say, I caution for good reason. I'd be cautious in the US or any country in the world, just going out at night as, a single woman and stuff like that. I mean, and I don't know if you've been there, but David, a month or two ago, he went into, just the, the lower income, super low income part of Medellin, where there is more crime and all of that. But he's just got a lot of hopes that he went through there, and he speaks Spanish fluently. And I mean, everybody there was just so nice and so wonderful. But, culturally, it's a wonderful, thing to be able to see, things. Where I am is a super privileged area compared, for most Colombians. So, yeah, I appreciate that. And Eddie does too. I mean, he shows you every day. I love the parts of Envigado that you show that have the retired people, and it's mostly retired Colombians. And it's just so wonderful. They're just hanging out in the cafes, just hanging out with their friends and just relaxing there in the park. It's really a sweet thing to see. Yeah, and Eddie reiterated it's really important, if you have real specific visa questions, to do a consultation with Julie Franco. There's links below all of my videos to speak with her, because she will ask you all the questions so she'll know exactly whether you can or you can't move to Colombia, what type of visa is good for you, what the requirements are for that, all the steps of the process. And she takes that. If you decide to come here and go through that process, then what she does is different than an attorney's office. Is she takes it all the way through your cedula, which we would say in the US cedula, but it's cedula, which is your government ID, which you have to have for just about everything. You can then open a Colombian bank account, for instance, when you get that. So visa first, then your cedula. Well, she takes care of all of those steps. And some of those steps is going to a government office where a lot of times on any given day, no one at any of the tellers speaks any English. You go to a room and with lots of chairs, and you're waiting for your number or whatever, and you could be there for hours. And she only has you go what's required to have you there in person, like the day where your picture is taken or something like that. You sign a power of an attorney so that she can sign to pick up all the documents for you, do everything. So you literally don't have to lift a finger. And she even goes to the cedula office once a week, because she has always has clients that are in the middle of the process. And she waits in the line and checks once a week and picks up cedulas that are ready for her clients. Because I know in my Facebook group that it's a pain in the butt that have done it themselves. You can't just call and they don't on the website say your cedula is ready. So you have to keep going back and going back, which is just awful. And you have to go into the city, into Medellin, to do it. So she's definitely just, what a godsend she has been for me. I can't tell you. And then once you're a client of hers, You can message her anytime. I always come across like, every couple of weeks I've got a few questions. I try not to bug her every day, but hey Huli, this happened, that, oh, how do I do this and that? She's a whiz. She will, like, my bill paying once I got my Colombian bank account. I wanted to set up to be able to pay online, for my utilities and things like that. And she set all of that up for me. And then I was having trouble on one of the websites because something in Colombia, they do this a lot. They get new software a lot and they change their websites. Even my bank just did it like a week ago. So like everything's different. Anyway, I had a bill I couldn't pay. And she was with another client. I think she was helping them with their driver's license or something. She's like, hold on a minute, whatever, got them set up. And then she goes on her phone, like, I don't even know how this is done technically. She goes through the process on her phone, actually draws on the phone, like circles, because this was a website. It couldn't be translated to English. She, okay, you go on here, you press here. She made that whole little video for me while she was helping another client, like literally in like less than 10 minutes, she sends me a video how I can pay that bill. So, and that's no charge even to do that. So, I mean, it's, again, I don't want people taking advantage of her, but I'm saying, you just become like a family member with her, what she calls her gringo clients. That's, she's got so many people over 12 years that she has helped acclimate here from the US and Canada mostly. And even, Colombian citizens that are coming back, just everything. She is just, she's a godsend. Anyway. Yes, Eddie, the Casa de la Cultura, the Culture House. You know what I've been calling it? And I didn't know it was called that. I didn't know it said cultural. I should have said that. I've been calling it the House Museum. I have a short because I go there all the time. I did a little short. They have musical guests that come, and they have an area in the museum where they set up chairs and everything. It's kind of indoor, outdoor, really cute. And this was all traditional South American and even Mexican music. The singer was just amazing. And then he had just an acoustic guitar player with him. And just check out the short. It's just really beautiful. But there's stuff like that going all the time. All these little restaurants all around the Parque, which is like Piazza in Italy. And you go listen to some music. First you go get a bite to eat, then you go listen to some music, then you go have a coffee somewhere. And that's like the nightlife there. So it's not loud nightclubs or anything like that. But I just don't want everybody to think that out here is so rural that there's nothing to do, because there's plenty to do here. Oh, thank you, Eddie. Thank you for looking that up. Okay, so there is a bit of a restriction even after you get your residency. Someone asked earlier, after you're through the visa process, the 5 years, and you get your residency, is there a requirement for having to stay in Colombia a certain length of time every year? And what Eddie has said is, I just Googled your question about how long one can remain outside Colombia with a resident visa. The answer is no more than 2 years. Well, that's fair. I mean, you became a resident and you're going to leave and then be gone for more than 2 years. I mean, that's like insane. So, yeah, so that's good to know. Thank you for looking that up, Eddie. Okay, Eddie's bringing up another good point, and I've mentioned it in my videos too. And it's called something de papaya is the saying. I forget what it is exactly, but it means don't be flashy. And this is particularly important in Medellin. There's violent crime against tourists. I mean, I'm not going to go into a lot of the crime stuff, but if you look it up, it's predominantly nightclub situations, and sadly, predominantly men that have women's come on to them from Tinder, or they're in a prostitution type of situation, and then they get drugged they get invited to a home where that woman comes to the hotel and spikes the drink. Well, these drugs now, some of them are so strong and they're not sitting measuring it. They pour something in there and that person can die But generally, what takes place in Medellin is some pickpocketing. But I had my purse snatched in Rome. I had a camera bag. This was years ago in the airport in Boston, stolen. And you know what I've done ever since that? It was at the gate. Whenever I am at an airport, at a gate, and let's say I have, the carry-on to the strap, the whatever, I actually have it like tied around my leg or my arm because you can be turning, somebody can distract you or whatever, and boom, be gone. I don't think they would take like a wheelie suitcase. That would be obvious. But if you have something, let's say you have a carry-on and there's an empty seat next to you, I don't just sit that carry on there because that's what happened in Boston. And I was traveling with several people, and I probably turned looking over the other way, and then someone grabbed that when I wasn't looking, and I didn't realize it was gone for quite a while. So now, shoulder strap or whatever, I always make sure I have something around my arm or my leg. So you live and learn. So yes, what we're saying is you don't want to give a thief a reason to want to rob from you. Like you don't. My mother in New York City had someone come up and demand her earrings or something. I can't even remember. It was really scary for her, but she gave those. But yeah, you don't want to flash. Here's the perfect example. If I go into Medellin, I don't worry about it here. I mean, honest to goodness, this area where I am is super safe. And the Colombian women that live here are so glammed out, it's not even funny. I mean, they're just gorgeous clothes. And there's everyday people too. I just wear sportswear, but all my jewelry is fake. But if I was going to Medellin, I was going to like the Retiro Museum or something, and that's a highly tourist area or whatnot. It's like, I'm not going to be flashing these big gold hoops. If I go to Medellin, I'll wear like seashell earrings or beads or something. Is that really necessary? Probably not. But, you just keep that in mind. And I did bring some nice clothes with me. In the evening, I've worn nice clothes out here. I don't worry about it. But I wouldn't go into Medellin, with high heels on and like fake diamond earrings and designer handbag or something like that. I mean, you'd be absolutely, just asking for it. And it's the same thing with men, wearing a Rolex, having, gold chains on their neck, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's possible that, they could have that yanked off their neck on the street. But again, in my region, I don't really worry about that. Oh, music is making a good point. In my money video, it has a green money bag on the thumbnail. I talk about the Charles Schwab card. A lot of credit cards offer no foreign transaction fees. A lot of those credit cards have an annual fee, though, for being able to relieve you of that. Foreign transaction fees mean they're charging anywhere from 2 to 5% extra fee on top of what you're swiping that card for, whether it's at an ATM, a restaurant, whatever. Charles Schwab, I'll just explain just real briefly. They're like a Merrill Lynch, they're an investment company. They have what's called an investor checking account. And that checking account doesn't mean you have to invest anything with them. And there isn't even a minimum deposit. So you literally can do it with $1 and you open a checking account with them, and it comes with a debit card. And then we all know that the debit card is usable, like a credit card. You don't have to punch a pin in unless you're at an ATM. So you can use it anywhere. There are no foreign transaction fees. There's no annual fee. And the money in your checking account actually makes more interest than any savings account that I've ever heard of in the US. So I use it all the time here. I use my Charles Schwab card, but I also have, because I have my Visa now, I have a Colombian bank account too. And one thing nice about having the Colombian account, and I do suggest it once you get your cedula after your visa, is to get a Colombian bank account, because the best thing that's going to help you with is if you need to pay someone and you don't have the cash and they don't accept credit cards, which is rare, like in a restaurant, in any store, anything. Everyone is taking it, unless you're at like a fruit market or, a town square and there's like tiny vendors there and whatnot. You want to bring cash. But pretty much everywhere takes credit cards. But what's really common is if you have, let's say, a handyman come to your house, so you need an electrician or a plumber. instead of keeping cash hidden all the time in case of emergencies in your home, no, you have your, in my case, I use Bank Colombia. I have their check card, and it's kind of like Zelle, but it's easier. Everyone in Colombia has a QR code, like with their bank, and you just hold your phone up to their phone and just transfer the money. Boom, super easy. So it's a great thing to have that Colombian bank account, just to be able to do that. So you don't always have to carry cash around. Oh, Eddie's warning is something else. Yes, the motorcycle thing. So you don't want to be, if you have like a real expensive iPhone and stuff like that, and you're all dressed up and you're out, with your selfie stick or holding it or whatnot. Motorcycle do in Medellin, this is known to happen, can drive by and just grab your phone. So that's, reasons like that are why I decided not to live in Medellin. Just simply because I'm not a big, strong, strapping guy. I was leaving a stressful life financially and everything in the US, and I'm so calm and comfortable here. I don't want to be thinking about that kind of stuff every day, and I don't think about it here. I just don't. Oh, another tip I can give to women. I think women have it a lot easier when it comes to snatching and pickpockets, is they're going to grab the purse. So when you go into, parts of Medellin, and you can put in your purse, you don't put, you put an old wallet or put like 5,000 pesos or something and some tissues, whatever in a purse, and then put your cell phone in a pocket, and not a big wallet, but just, small little billfold or something in another pocket, and somebody snatches your purse. I have not met a single woman here who's had, or man, anyone in my area that's ever been pickpocketed, robbed. My community, I asked, it's been here for close to 7 years. My building is like 5 years old. No one anywhere in my community has ever had their home robbed. No break-ins, absolutely nothing. Nobody going into garages, breaking into cars, nothing like that has happened. But Eddie has a good point. You just use really good common sense, and that's another reason I'm not comfortable going to Medellin and doing what Eddie does. He walks around all day with his phone, showing you every street, and this is so great. But I'm just thinking, I've got a dog on my leash, I got a purse, I got my iPhone. I'm maybe walking around like, and you're not even paying attention, while you're filming. I thought, no, it's probably not a good idea that Nana does videos in Medellin. So anyway, let's see what everybody else is saying here. Oh, Leonora's asking, are there any women like yourself, a little older and single? I am looking for the opportunity to create friends in similar situations like mine. Yes, but we are still a rarity. I'll be honest, but I have met several Colombian neighbors who are either fluent or semi-fluent in English, and we've become very good friends. And in my Facebook groups, I have become friends with some single women, but also, married women, and we just do, ladies things sometimes. So, yeah. Oh, Christopher, yes, somebody asked this question earlier. Is being a same-sex relationship very accepted in Colombia? Eddie, who's been here many, many, many years and is originally from here, said yes. I had other viewers that were in the chat earlier say yes, and I already knew that because Juli Franco is part of that community, and she has told me how welcoming and accepting Colombians are of that. So, yeah, so you won't have a problem here. Yeah, let's see. Eddie is also reiterating that Bank Colombia, I went with them just like in the US. I used to be Bank of America, switched to Wells Fargo. I don't want some rinky-dink bank. And back, years ago, there were those ATM fees if you weren't at your regular bank and stuff. And I think there still are. So I just have always chosen a bank that's everywhere. And BAN, it's BAN, Colombia, is everywhere. Now, let's go back to the safety thing, common sense. Like even here, I'm in one of the safest places you can possibly be, like in the world, let alone in Colombia. I'm not kidding. I don't go just out on some street corner in a pueblo that I'm not comfortable with to stand there on the side of the street and use an ATM. I just don't. There are in every, like if you go inside a supermarket, I have just a tiny little strip mall at the bottom of my road, which has a Caruja Express, and that has an ATM in there. I just tend to do the ones that are inside, and then the bank branches are everywhere. And you just walk. A lot of them have that. You go into the bank or you go into the ATM area, and then there's another door to the bank. It's all glass, that kind of thing. So they're just all over the place. You won't have a problem. But I don't go to like weird things. But I've always said, about safety, it's just making good choices. Like for instance, and this was before I even moved to Colombia. Like if I were on an app and I saw, oh, that's a shortcut. Let's say it's getting close to dark. And if I walk that way, it's going to take me 5 minutes less to get to my car than I go this way. And I look over that way and I see it's looking alley-like and it's kind of dark. And the way that I was thinking of going to my car, I'm on a big boulevard, it's all lit, there's lots of people. I'm not going to do what the GPS says. It's just common sense. I'm not going to go down a dark alley. Like, right? Hi, SR. Oh, Cold Heart Toronto. I knew it was you because you have this coolest, I don't know what they call it, flavicon next to your name. So SR, let's see. Hello, I was in Medellin 2 weeks ago. I was a little leery going out alone when I was walking back to the hotel with a male, and there was a man beating a homeless man that was asleep on the sidewalk. Oh my gracious, SR. What part of Medellin was that in? Just curious. Yeah, that's really yucky. And Gordon is reiterating to, I can't remember who asked this about, oh, I think it was Leonore. I don't remember. I'm sorry, guys. Are there other solo female expats? Well, Gordon's saying that he's, married and his wife likes to have female friends too. So you can make friends with women that are married here as well. Chris Sweeney. Hi, Chris. And Chris says, can you give a shout out to Shelly Uloa in Maryland? We both watch your videos and I'm trying to convince her to move there. Okay, Shelly. You got to move here. I'm not going to twist your arm though, but all I can say is you come visit, you'll probably want to move here. And visiting also helps you get an idea of, the variances that are here. It's a big difference. I mean, just think of like New York City versus, going up the Hudson River a ways, and being in the Catskills or something. It's a huge difference. So the country is extremely diverse, climate wise, crime wise. I mean, just about everything, anything and everything you think of. Even the cuisine varies. The best thing to do that I can say, Shelly, is just come and visit, watch my videos, watch a ton of videos, watch Eddie's channel, watch Life with David, and there's so many others. There are a couple of guys in Medellin that also have expat channels, but all over. Join the Facebook groups, everyone. But just put in your search on Facebook, Expat Colombia, oh my gosh, or Expat Medellin, or whatnot. And you are going to see so many groups, and most of them welcome not just people that have moved here and are expats, but people that are thinking about it. So join them, and you can use the search magnifying glass when you are on the home page of the group. And whatever your questions are, just don't go in there, it's a complete stranger. You can say hi and introduce yourself, but you don't want to just start asking like, how long does it take you to get this visa or whatever? They've seen so many questions like that. And the best thing to do is go in the search, put that keyword in, And then you can see all the past posts, all the times that those members have helped newbies in there. And if there's something that hasn't been asked before, ask. And people are just super, super helpful, like me. I'm super helpful, hopefully. Hopefully I've helped everybody. So yeah, that's a great way, Shelley, to get to know. And that's how I found Huli. Somebody referred me to her, and I was back in the US. I had gone back after a visit here, and they told me about Huli. So, and that was from a recommendation from, I wasn't even an expat yet, and this person was an expat. So definitely do that. Claudia says, wanted to thank you because you reminded me that I needed my cedula. Just came back from Houston 2 days ago, went to Colombian consulate and picked it up. Great content, Nana. Why, thank you, Claudia. That's so sweet. And I'm so glad you got that. Yeah, life's a lot easier when you have that, because that's your government ID. It just works for everything here. Leonore says, strange question. When I search apartments online, I notice a seam on the walls on some of the apartment units. I haven't seen a seam. I do sometimes on the ceiling. Not in mine. Have you seen this? How is the construction quality? Again, I can't speak of everything. All I can say is I have a lot of life experience, and I was blown away by the quality of construction and the finishes. Like, look, my condo cost $165,000. I have a hood and an island. If anybody hasn't seen my apartment tour, I have beautiful marble tile in my bathrooms. The faucets, everything are gorgeous. I have hardwood floors. The tiles that are in the bathroom are the big giant ones. I haven't even measured them. They're probably 16, 20 inches square. The grout is super thin and beautiful, like an off-white. I mean, just everything is done really well. And I have stayed a couple of times in Airbnbs, and I was really budget minded, and I was surprised. So even like the basic buildings that they build, I haven't stayed in anything that's old. Go to Italy, guys. Go to Italy and look how many people go and retire there. Pretty much every single building is hundreds, if not thousands of years old. And talk about a money pit. Anywhere you buy there, you are going to be fixing stuff from here to Timbuktu for the rest of your life. So I don't notice anything like that. I haven't noticed anything like super flimsy or bad here. I'm sure it can exist. But I wouldn't rent and certainly not buy anything without seeing it in person, just to be 100% sure. But I don't know about those seams. Look. Well, above my Teresa Gerard painting are some lines. I don't know if you can see that, but they don't bother me. My ceiling's wood. It's like my hardwood floors, but it's painted white, so it doesn't really have seams. No, I've never noticed that. Okay, Gordon is confirming for Leonore, most construction is cinder block with plaster skim coat. They also use a lot of brick, like on a lot of brick construction, which is super solid, because I think there's a lot of clay in Colombia, and I see it. And sometimes some of my mountain explorations, I'll see what the soil looks like, and it's like that red color. In fact, I think they're cinder blocks, and some of you guys might be able to confirm that. I had to go into one of my walls that I guess was like a heavier cinder block wall, in between my unit and the next one. And Johan came, he does handiwork for me because I'm good with hammer and nail from the art business. I hate using a drill. So he did, and like all this red powder, I'm like, oh, because I'm OCD-ish when it comes to my cleanliness. All this red powder comes down. So obviously those cinder blocks were made red, or maybe it's brick inside. I don't know. But this place is solid as a rock. I can tell you where I am. And I've been in a lot of friends' homes all throughout the region, and I haven't noticed anything flimsy here. I mean, yeah, some like in Airbnbs, your cabinet doors may not be solid woods and really heavy, but my gracious, it's like that in the US now too, for cabinets and drawers and things like that. A lot of times they have a veneer, and then inside it's probably, I don't know, I'm not a construction person. I don't know if it's plywood or particle wood. I don't know, but I'm not good for asking construction questions. I'm sorry. Oh, Drone 4. Hi, welcome. Says, hi, Nana. Will you be making a video of the process to obtain your Colombian driver's license, buying, registering, and insuring your car? That's a super duper good idea. What I can tell you is that you guys are, I just can't rave enough about Julie, or Julie as we call her, Franco, who her link is below. Just like, it just sounds like like I'm in the business of promoting her. I'm not. I just love her because she's helped me with so much. I needed a Colombian driver's license because when you come to Colombia, you can only drive for as long as your initial visas are for. So you can have the tourist visa for 90 days. You can renew it another 90 days. So like basically max 180 days, but excuse me, 190, I don't know, I'm so bad with math. Anyway, 90 days and 90 days, I think. Just, I'm getting tired, guys. I started at 11, it's 1:19. I think I need to eat some more cashews. um, Anyway, so yeah, the driver's license, yeah, you don't need an international license to get one of those. You just use your state license where you came from, and then you can drive for a few months on that. But once you get your visa and your cedula, other than getting a bank account, that's when you can get your driver's license. So then most schools, the driver license test is in Spanish. So thank goodness I knew Huli, and she's connected, and she's so well connected. I won't go into any details, but all I can say is it's not the normal process. Okay, guys, not the normal process. It's very, very expedited. So, but what is not expedited, and I'm so glad it isn't, because it's the very responsible thing that Colombia does, and the United States, many states don't do, in particular Florida, is they don't check on people's health, reflex time, and things like that. When you age in Colombia, your driver's license is not good as long. Now, I'm not quite 70 yet, so I think my license was good that I got at 67. It's good for either for every 10 years, I can't remember. Once you hit 80, you've got to renew it every year, and you've got to go in. They have doctors there that it's not really a big medical checkup, but blood pressure, they check your eyes, they check your hearing. You actually go into a booth like you would if you're going to get a hearing aid. You have to meet like a certain amount. I mean, you can wear a hearing aid just like in the US, you can wear glasses when you're doing the eyesight, but they also have a machine where they're checking your reaction time and your reflexes. So I know in Florida, there are many drivers that have absolutely no reflex time to speak of. Like, had no business driving and run into the back of people. And that happened to me. I was a victim of that. I was stopped at a traffic light, just fully stopped. And somebody just into the back of me, smashed me into the car in front of me that was also just sitting there. So yeah, Colombia is strict that way. But what Huli has ways to get you through the difficult part of the written test and stuff like that is all I'm going to say. But you do have to go, and you have to go with her a couple of times to go through all the steps and the different things that you need to do, and that includes the medical exam. So anyway. Oh, thank you, Eddie. I'm so glad you're hanging with me, Eddie. You're not on camera, so you're probably getting to eat. I can't eat anything. I'm gonna take a moment and eat a few more nuts in a second. Eddie is saying the construction quality in gated communities is very good because they have to use I knew this. They have to use seismic resistant materials and structural designs. The architecture and the design, like I don't know anything about construction, but Eddie's verifying it. It's major good here. I can just tell my artistic eye, the style, the design is just phenomenal. It's just unbelievable here. So yeah, that makes total sense, Eddie, that the structure is really, really good here. We had, and I was busy trying to set up my YouTube, and it crashed and all this stuff, crazy stuff happened before I went live. So, and I felt a bit of a tremor, but apparently somewhere in the country was an earthquake. I just felt a little bit of a wobble from it. I know for a fact, and I chose this area, it's not a high fault line area. It's not like the coffee region, which is way further south. But there might be a little tremor here and there. But I was assured that there were very strict codes for that in the way that they construct. So I'm not worried about it. And most of the time, when you see when earthquakes have happened in undeveloped countries and you see it's all rubble, it's because they don't have that. I think it was I'm friends with an expat because she was in van life, Antoinette Yvonne, if you want her, look her up. And she used to do van life, and she lives in Bangkok, and they had an earthquake. But I think there was one building under construction or something, and part of it crumbled, but you're talking an entire city, and it was major, like everything was fine. So they have very strict codes there too. So I'm not particularly worried about that here. Hey, last flight out. Welcome. I see Eddie is welcoming you. I don't see one of your posts yet, but welcome. And apparently you are living in El Poblado, Eddie says. Okay, Eddie is also saying in Medellin, don't take a yellow cab on the street as they don't speak any Spanish or very little. Use Uber, or I don't know if it's pronounced Didi or Didi. It's D-I-D-I. They don't have that out here where I am. But I use Uber even still. For instance, if I do go into Medellin, I need to go shopping at a particular place that is not here or something, which is pretty rare. Or I do a Facebook group thing. I don't want to drive in that city because it's just like way too much traffic. I get nervous because the GPS might not be 100% accurate. It isn't even in the United States. You know how it says turn now and you're not quite there, or you just passed it. I don't want to be doing that in a city with all those cars and motorcycles. So what I do is I drive down the bottom of my mountain. I go towards Medellin because I'm cheap. I don't just get an Uber right at the bottom because I don't like to go up my mountain. I could wait for hours. They could not show up and stuff. So I get to go to normal area in my area. I'm just in a freakishly off the beaten track section here. I drive to the bottom, but then I start driving towards Medellin. And when you get close to the city, there's a place called Indiana Mall. And my last shopping video, I was at Sancho Paisa, which is kind of a tourist store and restaurant. It's got great stuff. And anyway, just that whole region, there's tons of parking lots and everything. And you're really close to the city. You've already even gone through the toll. I just park there and Uber in, and then like in 10 minutes, I'm in the city, but I don't have to drive there. So I do Ubers all the time. I've never had a problem. The drivers have always, well, I speak a little bit of broken Spanish. I haven't had a problem whatsoever. All of them have been super nice. And by the way, for those of you that don't know, Uber is like a quarter of the price of Uber, at least where I am from in Florida. It's very inexpensive. So some of you might, be thinking of moving, and not a lot of you don't need a car. I have so many friends that live in Llano Grande, and particularly in El Retiro, and they don't have cars, and they just walk to the market. They do this, do that. They take buses, and if need be, they take an Uber too. So they're perfectly comfortable not having a car. It's kind of a rarity. A lot of Colombians don't have cars. The public transit system here is really good. Again, I chose to be 2.5 miles away from all of that, way up high. So I'm not on a bus route or anything like that. But everywhere else, there's plenty of buses, and the buses are really nice here. They're really clean, air conditioned, really cushy seats. They're kind of more like I don't know if the Greyhounds are still around, but they're just, it's just not like, I haven't been on a bus in so many years, but I used to go to school in Washington, D.C. and like even in New York, like the subways, like with the little plastic seats and the rest is like standing room. It's not like that. These are nice plush seats, super comfortable to take the bus. So let's see who else is here. Oh, I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to take a sip. I'm going to eat just a few cashews. So again, talk amongst yourselves. You guys are so chatty. It's so cute. I love it. Okay, Dance is asking me, is your Social Security taxed in Colombia? I don't like to answer accountant-related questions. You can do a consult with Julie, in English. She's in the description below in all my videos. All I can tell you is that it's super important if you decide to move here that you have an account in the US because you're required to file a tax return even when you are living in another country. You're a US citizen for life, and you're always required. You have a Social Security number, you have to always file your taxes. So you have someone that is good enough that they're understanding that you're here too. And you get a good accountant here. And there are all sorts of deductions and way that they do things. I don't worry about it. And all I can tell you, I'm not going to give you any exact figures here, but I am like totally happy. I don't feel like there is a huge expense for me in paying any major taxes or anything here. It's all going to be fine. But I'm not an accountant. I don't like answering those kinds of questions. But just not to worry about that. Dance Jeff, hello. That's another nice handle. You live in Naples, Florida, and would like to buy a condo like I have. Well, that I know why then, because I'm from Southwest Florida. I never give out exact addresses where I live, or I still have family back in Southwest Florida. But all I can say is you're in my old neck of the woods. So no wonder you love it here. Naples is a very elegant area. And I just fell in love with this region and all of the communities, within the last, I don't know, 10 to 20 years. They're all absolutely gorgeous. They're all gated. Everything is divine, really high ceilings. Oh my gosh. I don't know if you could notice in my apartment tour, but okay, I'm 5'11", and I'm used to, like, sometimes I have to hang things up and I hang them up on my like bathroom door or something. I can't reach the top of the doors. I'm really bad with numbers. I have no idea. I cannot touch the top of the door. And then I had cathedral ceilings even higher than that. So, and I remember in Florida when I bought not my condo, but my home before that, there were at the like design center, when you order your model or whatever, there were options like to have the taller doors rather than the standard door, which I could easily not even on my tiptoes on a standard door. That all costs extra, but no, everything is very elegant here, very well built, and very aesthetically pleasing, very stylish, modern, progressive. The Colombian people are super elegant, and this goes back in history because I don't want to take away from the historic architecture here. Most people, that come from the U.S. aren't into it so much, but these older fincas with the beautiful rounded tile roofs and the gorgeous verandas and everything, it may not be what's like super in style right now, but they're super well made. They're absolutely gorgeous. And in their day were considered, high style. So yeah, the Colombian people are very fashionable when it comes to clothes, home design, architecture, all of that. Oh, last flight out likes my little trick about Ubering right outside the city. Yeah, I go into Medellin on Avenida de las Palmas because the region that I'm in, remember I said it kind of encompasses a general area. You're about a half an hour from everything. I'm a little further south, so I'm not close to the airport. I mean, I'm close. I'm less than 30 minutes. But when you're at the airport and you go to Medellin, you go a different route. And they actually, several years ago, they cut a tunnel through one of the mountains because normally it took quite a bit of time to get from the airport to Medellin. But I'm in the southern region, so my closest highway goes into Medellin through Envigado, the southern end, which, by the way, it's a really pretty drive. And the whole way, last Sunday, I posted a video where I was showing some shops and then rattan and wood furniture. Almost the whole way are all of these furniture craftspeople that have shops right along the highway and just beautiful furniture all up and down. But it's a pretty drive. It's a quick drive for me. So that's how I go into the city. And then right before I get to the city, right after I go through the toll, is a big mall. So I know, I'm not going to get towed or anything. I just park my car at Indiana Mall, and then I just Uber into the city. Okay, Gordon is recommending Time Kettle T1 Fluent handheld translator is a wonderful thing to have if you don't speak Spanish well. I've heard about these separate gadgets, and I've always wondered, are they any better? They must be, if they cost money, better than Google Translate, because I use that quite a bit. But I said this early in the video, and I also have I am lousy at Spanish video and how I get around it, but I am working on getting better. But what I do to get around it, and I've learned a lot of the basic things to say, but I do pull out Google Translate. Sometimes it's a super important word I'm just not able to convey. Um, but if you use your common sense and you know some basic words, like gusta is like. So no gusta, so you like or don't like. I could say what my dog likes or don't like, and just things like that. Things like sick or well or beautiful, or I kept calling my view panorama, but then I learned in Spanish that or at least here it's really called a vista. So you just get out there and you live and learn. That's the best way to learn it. Okay, and I lost it. Somebody asked if I used an expert for the health insurance. Yes, and I'm gonna be interviewing her. The biggest insurance company is called Sura, Sura. Once you have your visa, you can just have the government insurance. It's very good. It's called EPS, and then there's just like Medicare would be, well, it's not, trust me, it's not like Medicare, but it's, I meant you can supplement it if you want. But it comes with it costs me like 50, I don't know, not much a month, $50, something like that, for my insurance. You can add on to that. But honestly, I mean, I know so many seniors that just don't max out the insurance because even hospital stays, everything is just pennies on the dollar here. So I just have the government insurance. I haven't upped it in any way. But if you have serious health conditions and concerns, you may want to supplement it. But I'll be interviewing my insurance agent, within the next few weeks and get you guys more information on that. Gordon is asking, I have emphysema, breathing at altitude hurts, living at sea level on the beach. Oh, okay. You need an inhaler because of your emphysema. Yeah, living at altitude, there is less oxygen. If you don't have emphysema, or, lung condition of any kind, then, I I didn't have altitude sickness. I thought I would because I have a real hard time with my ears on planes and just weird things, but I had when I did van life, I was at super high altitudes in Colorado and places like that, and I never got the sickness. But, altitude sickness, now for someone that doesn't have a lung, disease, that only lasts a couple of days or so, like if you have a headache or nauseous or something like that. But what I did notice when I first get here, I've been in Florida in a while and I get here, is when I take Petunia for a walk, and let's say I've been back in Florida for a month and I'm walking up the mountain, I get out of breath quickly, but within a few days, I'm used to it again. But the biggest perk of the high altitude, I mentioned it in my we had the little weight loss video, but it was on just general health, is I ended up Googling it, and the altitude increases your metabolism. So between having to walk up and down hills all the time and, having an increased, metabolism, I've eaten more, volume and and definitely splurge. I'm not as particular. I was very sort of fats conscious. I still am very health conscious, but I eat things that are just heavier here that I normally wouldn't have eaten in the United States. And I actually lost weight. My first less than a year here, I lost like 20 pounds. So now I make sure, I actually increase. First time in my life, I increased my food intake because I didn't want to lose any more weight. And I've been just a lot healthier, stronger, sleep better, all those good perks about being here. And in the video, I just explained that I don't know what caused that for sure. It could be also the cleaner food and stuff that's here. I don't know. It's a mystery to me, but I'll be happy just reaping all the rewards from that always. It's a great perk. Okay, so Eddie came from Atlanta, and Atlanta is a low-lying area. There's mountains all around, gorgeous mountains. You get into northern Georgia, but Atlanta's not high, and he didn't suffer from altitude sickness. But I just want to warn people. I mean, some people do. I know when they have had Winter Olympics at high altitudes, the athletes actually get there a couple weeks ahead. So just to make sure if they do have a reaction, they're over it and they've adjusted to the change in the oxygen level and all of that. So you do want to allow for that. Aw, I scrolled down and now I can't see it. Someone just said, I'm sorry. I just saw a Havanese was older and you're thinking of moving here for your dog's health. Toonie has been doing super well. She is like sleeping though a whole lot today, more than usual. That's her nickname for Petunia. But she's fine. I'm looking at her and she's sleeping. Oh my gosh, Owen, I love this question. Is the altitude high enough that you have to adjust cooking times? Oh my God. I kind of gave up. I used to cook a lot when I was raising my kids, and my mom taught me how to cook really well. But, all the years that I've been single, it's kind of harder. I mean, you're not as motivated to cook for yourself. I love healthy eating too. I love cold food. I love salads, stuff like that. I tend to make things in quantity and freeze some, if I make a soup or something like that. So, yeah, I kind of learned like the dunce dumbbell way there, Owen. First thing I tried was my neighbors are all so sweet and they were always bringing me things and stuff. I thought, you know what? I'm going to make some traditional US things. I'm going to make chocolate chip cookies, which they don't sell the chocolate chips, but I bought semi-sweet chocolate bars and smashed them up to make the chunks. I got ingredients, which they have brown sugar, white sugar, butter, all flour, all that. I thought, I'm going to make chocolate chip cookies. Oh my God. They had to be in the oven so long, and I obviously didn't do the right temperature. They ended up burning on the bottom. I tried it again on the next sheet, put that in. I just gave up. I haven't used my oven since. I've got to learn. There's all these different equations when you're at altitude, and I'm at 8,000 feet in this apartment, so I don't know what the difference is, but I did learn something on my own. If I make chicken breasts, or I love making pancakes here because I can put fresh fruit in them, like blueberries and stuff, and they're delicious. But what I learned, what I have to do when I put some oil in the pan, I have to literally get it where, like in the US, it would be burning. I mean, if you poured your batter in, it would just turn black instantly. So I need to get it that hot. My mother taught me this trick. You dip your finger in water and you just go spat, spat like that. And there's be like a little, well, here it has to be a like it's like literally, I don't even know what the temperature equation would be. I have to get it that hot. If I get it that hot and then put my pancakes in, or making chicken breasts and then put it in, then it will brown. But so it takes an adjustment to get used to it. But there's cultures that are at high altitudes all over and they know how to brown things. I've got to learn how to use my oven. So I'll let everyone know when I do. Gordon is saying he has Rappi bring dinners 5 times a week. Rappi, guys, is similar to Uber Eats or DoorDash. But the delivery fee, you should tell everybody what it is. It's like nothing. Oh, let me tell you, Uber Eats and DoorDash, so they have a delivery fee. The menu is not the real menu. That's all inflated. And then there's like processing fees and stuff. Oh, have you ever, I mean, I just stopped using them long ago in Florida. Just crazy extra, crazy, crazy, crazy. That's not true with using Rappi to deliver. So absolutely. Sadly, because I live the extra 3 miles up the mountain, Rappi doesn't come here, but they're all over my region. But to get this apartment, I particularly love the view. There are other parts of this region that have beautiful views that just aren't as high and removed as me, and have a lot more services than me, including Rappi. Oh, so it's dance that has the Havanese. Yeah, in Naples, stays indoors all the time. No, I mean, it's just you gotta keep that into consideration. You always have to look at elevation and climate before you decide on a place, and there are great websites to look at climate. You can look up climate history. Don't just look up the first thing that you see. You can pick every month of the year for the last couple of years and pick a day and just see what the temperature was that day and whatnot. Like, really dig in and look at an area before you're considering it. Because if you don't like hot and humid, for instance, look at these kinds of things up before you even spend the money to go visit a place. Because I can tell you that Naples, Florida, all of South Florida it used to be because I grew up in Southeast Florida, it used to be the summers were much shorter, but now when I left, they were up to like 6 months. I mean, sometimes it's 7, 8 months out of the year. It's just way too hot and humid. You can't do anything outside. It's like the north is in the winter. You know how if you're in the middle of February and you're in a suburb of, say, Chicago, do you see people out biking and children playing? No, everybody is holed up inside. Well, that's what it's like in the hot months in Florida. And now it's even a longer stretch of time. So like 6, 7, sometimes 8 months out of the year, you don't want to go out anywhere during the day. And guess what? It's not fun at night because all the mosquitoes come out and the air is still like soup. It's still literally like soup walking, and the mosquitoes all come out then. So you never, ever really have a break except for those perfect months, which are basically November through April, but ideally December through March, perfect, perfect. So the rest of the year, it really stinks. So guys, I'm starting to run on empty a little bit here because, let's see. Yeah, I'm almost at 3 hours. Look at my eyes are bloodshot and my mouth is dry. So I may not be able to do this too much longer. Eddie, I can't see because I'm technically challenged. Like, I've never done a YouTube live. Eddie, would you mind telling me how many people are in the chat right now? How many people are with us? And Donna, you just said, I want to know too. So apparently there's something that's pressing on everyone's mind. If somebody can enter that, what that is. And I'm waiting to see if Eddie is here. Oh, 75 people still here. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to stay on here. Oh, this is gonna be like the weirdest thing. Like it's gonna be like not live anymore, and it's going like whatever, like a normal video on YouTube. That's how I have it set up. So it's gonna be people are gonna look at the thumbnail and like in like 10 minutes it's gonna be say like 3 point something hours. Like, who is this crazy woman? And I'm like, I'm getting like punchy and I don't even drink. I've never been a drinker. So I'm just drinking water, but like I'm actually getting punchy like I'm drunk. Oh, Donna, spiders and snakes. I do see, I know what like a brown recluse, I've looked it up what it looks like. I haven't seen anything here that was anything other than this, like that's little house spider, like tiny little specky things, which I never worry about. And I try to be kind, and I'll pick them up with a piece of paper and then put them out on my balcony. But I haven't seen any. I've seen a snake, but it was I checked. There's a lot of landscape guys out in my community. I asked. It's like a garter snake in the U.S. I don't know if there are any poisonous ones here. There aren't like scary, crazy, like things here. I know there's scorpions in like the lower lining places. I don't think way up high in the mountains here. Um, I haven't encountered anything scary like that. Oh, when I was walking Petunia, there's underground parking. Each one of these buildings is just a few levels, but we have, well, it's not underground. We're kind of on the side of the mountain. So the first level is the garage, and then you go up. But when I was leaving the garage, there was some of my neighbors, and then one of the landscape guys. He's so sweet, Ezekiel, and they're all there. And Ezekiel's like totally brave, and he actually got a shovel and picked it up and took it down the mountainside. They don't like killing anything here, which I think is really sweet. It was like a tarantula. And I seem to remember like on Johnny Carson shows and like it's freakish. I think the tarantulas are not poisonous. They're like these huge hairy things. So Ezekiel says, no problem, they don't bite. But that was like the freakiest thing I've seen. I saw a tarantula. Okay, so Felix, hi Felix. I haven't seen you until now. Welcome. Great content. Well, thank you. I live in Sabaneta and paid 100K US dollar for my property. Awesome. How much was your property when converted to US dollars? Oh, mine was 165,000. And that was a little over a year ago. And I know someone that sold in here, my size unit, recently and sold for 180. So mine's gone up in value, hopefully. And keep that in mind too. The area that I'm in is really desirable, and it's not a huge expat influx. I mean, trust me, it's nowhere near ruined by expats or anything. It's very, very popular with Colombians that can either work from home, or they're semi-retired, or they're retired, and then also wealthy Colombians have their weekend getaway home. I call it like the Hamptons of Medellin. They have that here. So, and there are communities being built and prices are going up. So I'm not trying to push anybody here to like, buy in a hurry, but that's why I didn't worry about buying, because I saw that what was going on and what's happened. And as I said, my value has gone up. Someone just sold, my size unit for 15,000 US dollars more. And I bought mine a little over a year ago. So, Yeah, I got it was kind of the going rate when I bought. The one next door, I think, was 175. It was the same size. Actually, I saw that on the market before I bought mine. I just didn't like they did a lot of remodeling in it, and I just didn't care for it as much, with what the choices that was made. And then this one came available, and it was everything that I wanted and less money, so I grabbed it. Aw, thank you, Drone. Says, "Thank you for your time." I'm all bloodshot. Thank you for your time and sharing your experiences thus far. I'm sure this has helped many of your viewers immensely. Thank you. I'm trying to answer as many questions as I can. Yes, Eddie, El Retiro and Llano Grande, that part of Rionegro are considered upscale. But guys, keep in mind, upscale in Colombian standards is still very affordable for the majority of us from the US. But if it's not, and all you can do is rent, it is hard to find 500 in a nice neighborhood. 500, you can find it. I know people who have, but $500 a month rent in my region. And as time goes on, it's getting harder. But all you have to do is just go a few miles out, a little further out in the radius, even La Ceja, which is really close to here, and the prices just start dropping. So there are plenty of beautiful areas all around Medellin where you can rent, and Eddie confirmed it, for like less than $400 a month. So yeah, I got a little bit of that, high maintenance thing. I'm sorry, I've been in the art gallery all business all my life. I like things to look pretty and stuff. And I knew I could find something that would be affordable for me. This apartment that I have with this view would be over $1 million anywhere in the US with a mountain view like this, for sure, with all the inflation that's gone on in the real estate market. So I think I did well at 165, but people don't have to come to Colombia and spend 165,000 to have a nice place to live in. Oh no. Oh, there's another guy. I love promoting other people, and I love Gino. I don't know, Eddie, if you've ever watched his channel. He's older than me even, and he has lived in Colombia a long time. His wife's Colombian, but he came from Colorado originally. He's not in, oh, and I butcher the names of places. I'm so sorry because I'm tired. Bucaramanga or something. Oh, Eddie, help me. It's up near, it's east of Cartagena. So it's over towards where the port is. It's a major city. It's beautiful. It's lower. It's not as sea level as the coast, but it does get a little warm. Anyway, he's on the outskirts of that in a beautiful area. And oh my gosh, I mean, for half the price of mine, what I paid for my apartment, he has an entire huge house and acreage and this amazing view. And I send people to his channel all the time that want more than they can get, like right here where I am. I send them up to that region, but I know my region, just driving another 15 minutes and those prices drop. So it's there's something affordable for everyone in super safe parts of Colombia, for 100% for sure. Gordon said Gino's a crusty old fart. Gino is my friend. Now watch out, Gordon. Oh yeah, he's in San Gil. Yeah, no, he's adorable. And guess what? Gino is a really good artist. He sent me pictures, and he's one of the people I've mentored for free since I came here. And I told him what he needed to do and how he needed to promote his work here in Colombia, because he is amazing. He does these gorgeous abstracts. And I told him, you see guys behind me? That's a beautiful Teresa Gerard. She's a major US artist. But anyway, I told him to paint bigger. I said, in Medellin, there is no big art. There is no, in like certain palettes, there's a lot of primary color art. A lot of artists are drawn to that, like red, white, blue, green, like really super vibrant. But there's also a lot of architecture that's very natural. And even in Medellin, that's very low key, very neutral. And I started talking to him about palette and size and things like that. So he's been working on some new paintings. So Gordon, yeah, Gino and I are buddies. Aw, Christopher says, "We love you, Nana." Well, I have to start calling you guys fam. You're my YouTube family. And this is so cool. I was so scared to do a live, and look what happened. It totally messed up technically because I'm not good technically, and I thought I wouldn't be able to do it. So now I know I can. And this is just so cool. And so you guys are like my family. I mean, so many of you I recognize because I've replied to your comments before. So I'm getting to know everyone. Edward, hi, Edward. Oh, and Edward's in Cali, so he can start making some comments about Cali, which is the land of the salsa. They say they originated it. I know there are other places that claim it, but I'm going to give that to you, Edward. I'm going to say that's where salsa dancing originated, Cali. So what did you have to say? You have a nice two-bedroom, two-bath apartment in a gated community in Cali for $350 a month. There you go. So, a lot of people, and I want to talk for a second about Southeast Asia because I'm saying they have us beat. I mean, you can go to Cambodia or Vietnam. Like, oh my God. I mean, you go to get a cup of coffee, I think, for like 20 cents. You can have rent for like 200. I mean, if you're really, really on a tight budget, this is why you have to kind of ask yourself a lot of questions and do a lot of research. I thought about it for a second, and boy, was it tempting what you can get in these places, even Thailand. But I thought, I can't be that far from my grandson. He's a teenager now, but I love him. I want to see him and my two adult children in Florida. I can't go that far away. And I can't afford the airfare. Even once a year, it's like thousands of dollars. So I thought, I just can't do it. But so that's where you ask yourself questions. So let's say you don't have family anymore and you could live anywhere and you have a super tight budget. I tell you, if that were the case, if I didn't have links back in the US, I would have gone to Southeast Asia to at least look into it for sure, because it is amazing. And there are beautiful brand new places where you have your own private plunge pools. Believe me, I went down that rabbit hole on YouTube and I couldn't believe what you got. And like no crime. I mean, my region, really, I don't have to worry about it, but parts of Medellin for sure. But there are there are a lot of perky places there. So, and great places to live, but do you really want to be that far away from your roots? That's the question to ask. And what's the healthcare and stuff like that. So I never got that far to even look into that in those countries. Drone is saying, if you haven't seen Nana's other videos, I would recommend you take a look at them, as there is so much information that answers so many of these questions. And that's true. And I know it's a marathon because I ramble, not as much as I am today. Oh, we're at 3 hours. Nana's been talking, excuse me, I have another sip, for 3 hours. I think I'm going to have to go down to my Mercado after this and probably get some cough drops. Or no, I have honey here. I have local honey. And a doctor told me this years and years ago, that if you have allergies, I don't have them real bad, but there have been a couple times where I've been a little sneezy for like a week or two. One of the best things you can do if you're prone to allergies is, as soon as you move to that area, is buy the local honey, because that has the antihistamines. Not antihistamines, it actually has some of the things that you're allergic to, but it's in such a way that it builds up your resistance. You don't have a allergic reaction to the honey. So if you have like a tablespoon of honey, and I've been doing that since I got here, not even a tablespoon, like a teaspoon in like some herbal tea or something once a day, that's really good. But I think I have limes here and I have honey, so I can make a good tea later. I think I'm going to need it after talking this long. Gordon said, I never said that, Gordon. She's going to start lives once a week. Well, I'm telling you, they're not going to be for 3 hours. And I got to figure out what I did wrong. I completely, that thumbnail that I did, and I set up the live ahead of time, got it all done. And then AI helped me. And by the way, I'm never using AI again for something technical because they kept messing up. So anyway, I got it all set up. And then the link didn't work. I went into AI. They had me set it up again. It worked. It messed up something else, which I was very mad at them. I was mad at AI on a computer, but anyway, so it was a lot. I don't know what I did wrong, and so at the last minute, something crashed, and then I had to do a link on the crashed one and say I'm now live on this one. I thought no one was going to be able to find me, so I'm going to have to do some research, guys. So it may not be in a week. Got to give me time. I'm an A-type personality. Like I don't like making mistakes. In school, I would have been mortified if I got less than an A. It's like I wanted to please my parents, I wanted to please my teacher, and I want to please my YouTube family. And I do not want to run the risk next week of attempting this and messing it up because I was by the skin of my teeth. I got this thing pulled together. So I'll figure it out and I will do them often, I promise. Oh, Owen, thank you. Owen says you're doing great live. Thank you. It took it not getting here though. Let me tell you, I started at 6 this morning. I did a test and everything had crashed. Eddie is saying that I should really consider doing the twice a month on Sundays or Saturdays, and you can field the same questions or new questions from the interested parties. You're doing Superfly. Oh, Eddie, thank you. I think we just need to do them together. Eddie has even more information than I do. Eddie's channel and Eddie is just has been here for many years, and he's originally Colombian, but lived in the US most of his life too. I mean, he has a lot, he's helped me so much on this live because sometimes I have questions that I don't have the answers to. When you do a one-on-one with me, I have done a lot of research. I pretty much have answers to most things, but my perspective is like a newbie. Like I moved here, I started researching here 2 years ago. I moved here a year and 3 months ago. You're getting that fresh, what's it like? What did you do? I've got the Julie Franco concierge connection that's worth its weight in gold. It's sort of a hands-on, like, what's it like? What's your experience been like? What did you do? I started the channel wanting to help people because I didn't have any of that help. I had to do this all on my own, all the, snail mail way kind of. And so I knew a lot of things by the time I did it the hard way, what the easier way is. So that's what I wanted to do, was to share my own personal experiences and give you guys everything that I wish I had. And that the tour thing that I started was because, and those are private tours, and I've already had people come, and Huli is the tour guide. She's like your weight in gold. So you have a concierge, you have your person that, she's not the accountant, but she knows every accountant in town. She knows everything. You have her all day long in the car with you for all that, and she's taking you around and touring you places. This is what I did. This is before I knew Huli. And I came up with the idea. I thought, I can't Uber around. Like, this is like when I came back and I knew I wanted to be out in the countryside where I am. I thought, how am I going to do this? So there is sort of tourist business in the El Retiro region because it's such a gorgeous colonial town and everything. And I went on, it's in like Viator, all those tour companies. Well, they all had the whatever, where they're showing the sites. I thought, I don't want that. So I wrote to a few of them, and a couple of them wrote back and said yes. And I said, I don't want to do that. I want to see supermarket. I want to see like the home center, which is like Home Depot. I want to see like a small grocery store. I want to see residential neighborhoods. I don't know them all. I want somebody. Well, anyway, I spent hundreds of dollars for a day tour. The driver did not speak English. I kept using my phone because I didn't really know any Spanish then. And he didn't know what I was talking about. He didn't know the neighborhoods. He didn't know anything to show me. And all along, I was just thinking, I wish I knew someone. I wish somebody would just drive me around and show me this. So that's where I came up with the idea. But that's as far as I'm going. I mean, obviously, this YouTube channel is supplementing my income. It's going to allow me to have even more financial peace of mind over time. And I want to be able to go back to the US more often. Both of my children are doing really well. And they're like, oh, we're going, my daughter's like, oh, I'm going to London next summer, mom. I want you to come. I can't afford that. But I thought by doing this little tour business that if and as little as I spend in Colombia, I thought I want to get to the point where if my kids are in Italy, for a couple weeks, in the summer or London or whatever, I want to be able to go. So I have the one-on-ones that I do where you pick my brain. Huli has a consult thing that's for her. And then I put together which is for her too, the full day tours. And that costs $300, but it is not a tour bus, which 90% of tour companies, so they're called relocation tours, are a tour bus. This is not. This is in Huli's super nice car. And we've already done a few already. I interview the people that want to do them before they come and find out what the interests are. Are they looking to buy? Are they looking to rent? Again, I'm not a real estate agent. Huli's not. We're not making commission on this, but we need to know where to drive you to. Like, are you renting? Are you this? Are you that? I've had, I have all sorts of ones started. Like, for instance, someone that's coming down, she's a horsey person, which, by the way, this area, oh my gosh, the most beautiful horse ranches and just gorgeous horse stuff. But she wants to ride when she's here. And so who do I contact is Julie. And she says, oh my gosh, yes, there's this horse center, that horse center. And so she's taking her when she's showing her neighborhoods and the grocery stores and all, the yada, yada, your whole life. This is your life. She's also showing her, this is where you can ride. And then the woman asked, oh, well, if I end up buying a horse, do they do boarding? And then Julie already knew. She knows everything in this area. And the answer was yes. They also will board a horse if you buy a horse. So those kinds of things. I have another couple where the husband plays golf. So in that tour, he's being taken to both the public golf courses. One in particular is super nice because that's important to him. So the tours are catered around to basically what I did when I first came here and I was trying to figure out on my own was, could I live here? Will I like it here? That's it. Could I live here? Will I like it here? Does it look safe? Does it look nice? What is this? And that's what the tour is, to answer all of those questions for you. So I don't mean to do a plug, but I want you guys to understand what those links are and why they're there, and that I don't do anything else beyond. And like Huli is, once you're connected with me on that level, when people are in town and doing what, and it's not the tour day, you have my personal cell phone, Huli's personal, well, not cell phone, the WhatsApp number is what you want to use when you're here because it's free. And you can contact me day or night, text me, call me. Oh, we're thinking about, what do you recommend? I mean, I'm a giver. That's all I can say. You guys are my family. Okay, let's see what the fam has to say right now. Oh, Eddie's saying goodbye. I may have missed that. But bye, Eddie. Thank you so much for all your help. You are an angel. And everyone, check out Eddie's channel too. He lives in Envigado, which is a neighborhood of Medellin, but he goes all around looking at various towns and neighborhoods and things. Oh, Drone is saying, any of you that are pet owners, you should take a look at the interview I did of Dr. Miguel, who is Petunia's vet. And all I can say is, get this, 90 minutes is his exam. He does not like you to come to his office. He wants to see the animal in their own environment because he said that animals oftentimes are scared and they don't act like themselves and they're rigid. They don't even feel the same. When he does an exam, he wants it where the animal is comfortable. And of course, Dr. Miguel is like the dog whisperer. I mean, Petunia's just like, just cuddles with him and everything during the whole exam. But so it's 90 minutes long. The first half hour, he interviews you all about any concerns you have at your dog, everything. We're talking medical, we're talking frame of mind, like emotional, like everything he talks to you about. And then he does his exam and the equipment that he brings. Oh my gosh. So a typical vet visit for Petunia back in the States, the annual was the tech would be, they probably would do the temperature, I don't know, just like a couple basic things in the room. Then you sit there for a while. The vet comes in the exam room 10 minutes. I don't think I've ever had a vet in the room with me for 15, but I would say 15 max. And what do? What's the exam? They have a light, they look in the ears, they look down the throat, and they just start kind of squeezing everywhere. Well, take a look at my video and see the equipment that Dr. McGill brings for just a standard test. Now, I will say that EKG machine, because Petunia has a heart condition, he has a portable one, and he brings that when he does her exams. And I get her exams twice a year because it's actually a birth defect I didn't even know about. It gets worse with age. It's called mitral valve disease. One of her arteries doesn't close all the way, so the blood pumps up and then it doesn't lock close, so some of the blood goes back. So her heart's not pumping the right amount of blood, and as she gets older, it's harder for her. So anyway, so he brings that equipment too. He's just amazing. And then after all of that exam, then there's at least 20 minutes at the end where he goes over everything with you, and gives you suggestions. So, and that includes diet, emotional thing. I mean, just anything, training things, whatever. Then a couple of days later, you get a PDF with the entire report. And he wants you to have that in case you travel or you move or you don't use them anymore. All of that is documented way more detail than what you would get at your regular vet office. They would just probably list the shots. No, everything, all his findings, all his suggestions, everything is in writing and comes to you in an email or I can't remember. I think it was through WhatsApp, but anyway, so you get all of that. So that's what it's like. And a lot of businesses here come to your home. I have a used Kia and I got such a good deal. It was still under warranty. So I go to the Kia. I don't go. They come to me. The Kia dealership for the checkups and the oil change. And they come and pick your car up. That's what car dealerships do. Even car mechanics. I need a little body work because I went over a speed bump and smashed something on my car. Long story. Next to nothing because of where Huli sent me. Thousands of dollars worth of work I got done for $120. And that little body shop sent two of their guys, actually on a motorcycle. One took my keys, took my car to the body shop. 3 days later, they redeliver it. Kia dealership does the same thing when they change the oil. They come all the way up my mountain, come get my car, and then at the end of the day, they deliver it back to you. So they don't even have a waiting room. You don't have to wait while your car is being worked on. No, it's valet service. So a lot of that here with so many services that they take care of you at home, which is great. Yeah. Thank you, Wesna. Hi, Wesna. Welcome. Wesna is absolutely right. Facts on healthcare, that is why I don't pay for US-based health insurance. I did an emergency visit in Cali for less than $70. That's what I'm saying. I am not saying you guys don't have insurance, don't get insurance. But I just got the basic insurance with my visa, the EPS, the government. I don't do supplemental or anything because if I did need, anything, that's not in my network or something, which most doctors are, but if I needed anything special, even like an emergency room, which I know I have covered now, but yeah, I had 2 specialist visits and lab work done. It all totaled to $120, that whole thing that I had to have done after I got here. And I was on travel insurance, so they don't cover that. But yeah, I saw a hematologist twice going there to be assessed. The lab technician came to my home, by the way. I think it cost $3 US for that. Otherwise, I'd have to go back to the medical center, which was gorgeous. But I said, sure, do it in my house. Went back, had the follow-up with the hematologist to tell me I was fine. and showed me all the report and everything. They also took all of my US records. I emailed it to the office. And so 2 visits and extensive lab work was $120 out of pocket when I didn't have insurance coverage. So, Edward, in the United States, you're lucky if a doctor will spend 15 minutes with you. Absolutely. So, yes, so this doctor, which by the way, I was told I might have some crazy form of cancer because my red blood cell count was like yes, I had my chart back in the US, so I could see the reports and it like shows you like a graph. I mean, it was just a hair over, and I had a really good internist, my doctor that checked me every year. I love her. And she's doing the right thing. She said, the last 2 years it's gone up a wee bit, and this year a wee bit. So I'm going to send you to a hematologist, which, by the way, is also they're basically they're oncologists too. So it's a cancer doctor. Anyway, long story short, what she had to refer me because it's a responsible thing to do. I went down this rabbit hole with this oncologist. And all the way through a bone marrow biopsy, everything was negative, 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 negative. And mind you, no symptoms, none. I mean, it was just a tiny little speck of an elevation. But I was nervous because I was coming to high altitude. And that specialist did say, I was telling them I was moving to Colombia soon. And she said, well, you need to, every 3 months, get your red blood cell you don't have cancer, but get it checked, because if it starts to climb there, you want to donate a pint of blood a couple of times a year, and that lowers your count again. And the only thing that I'm at risk at, which it hasn't, by the way, I haven't had any elevations. I've been fine. If it does get elevated, it would have to be so much higher. Your blood gets thicker. If the red cell count gets higher, it's not bad for you, but when you're older like me, it can cause a stroke because the blood doesn't flow as well. So anyway, that I tell you, that doctor spent an hour with me. And then last but not least, one of my neighbors that I got to know is at a different hospital, and she trained at Smith Kettering, which is one of the best world-renowned cancer institute. I think it's in Texas, world-renowned, okay? She trained there, did her internship there. She practices here now because she's originally Colombian. And she said, Shelby, just bring everything to me. And I'm going to do a checkup of you and check everything. Well, this is what she told me. She said, first of all, you had no symptoms. She said, in Colombia, we would have kept an eye on it. But she said the amount that it went up in 1 year, she said, no, she said, this is crazy. She told me, she looked at all the report. She said, you had from your bone marrow, you were checked in the United States for every possible form of cancer and genetic code of it. So thank you. I mean, the procedure, the copay, I think was like $500, but now I know I'm super healthy and I don't have a tendency towards anything. My gene whatevers are looking real good. She was blown away because she's been practicing now in Colombia for so many years. She said, I can't believe they did this amount of testing. So there you have it. And she said, no. So, you're fine, just keep checking it. And she even gave me, I see her now because she's a friend. But she said, yeah, you can just come and I'll order the lab work, at my house every 6 months. And we'll just keep checking it just to be on the safe side. I don't want your blood getting too thick, but I've been fine. So. Edward said the first available appointment, I'm assuming in the US for a colonoscopy, you'd have to wait 6 months there? That's crazy. Yeah, the EPS insurance program is great, and it costs next to nothing. And when with your visa, I mean, mine's I can't even remember, like $50 a month or something, and the copays are like $2 and stuff. And again, I haven't used it because I haven't been sick, and I was nervous to give up my Medicare, my $180 a month. So I still have it through December. So when I was in Florida last, I had all my checkups, because those are free or low copays in the US. So I haven't really gone through the EPS system, but I've had it now for a couple of months. I've had my coverage, but I haven't needed it. Oh, and Cash is saying $3, outrageous. Yeah. Oh, wow, you overpaid. So maybe I'm lying. I'm just guessing. $2 for a copay. Poor Owen paid $3 for a copay with his health insurance. Oh, Melissa, thank you for joining for so long. I know you have to go. This is Sunday. People should be out having fun or getting all the stuff done for the week. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. You have a beautiful rest of the day too. Take care. Owen's right. Yeah. American doctors do. And I think the whole system is broken. Yeah, I think it goes just beyond just the individual doctor. I mean, just everything is so messed up. Oh, and in Colombia, I know I've heard this about Mexico too. A lot of things that I haven't needed to, but like an antibiotic, like if you're sure you have a sinus infection or something like that, you need, one of those Zithro, whatever, Z packs that you can buy all that over the counter. You can't buy like major drugs, but most, like if it's not a narcotic, most drugs, you just go to the drugstore. You don't even need a prescription. So that's time saving and also, money saving. And I haven't really looked into it because I don't have things like high cholesterol, high blood pressure, any of those. But I'm pretty sure if anybody can answer that lives here in Colombia, I'm pretty sure even those prescriptions you just go to the pharmacy and get. You don't even need a prescription. But obviously, you want to be seeing a doctor if you have a condition like that because you do want to get checked when you're supposed to be checked to make sure you're doing the right medication. Cisco, oh, that's one of my old tricks. Says, I've been using Google Maps and driving around El Retiro. What a beautiful place, rolling hills, people riding horses, orchards. I'm telling you. And guys, I said this 3.5 hours ago, that when you're looking at Google Maps, and let's see, it says El Retiro or Rionegro, that is just the pueblo itself where that dot is. And then you'll see the town and you see it's usually an old-fashioned area with a parquet, which is like a piazza in Italy with the church in the center. And there's cute little restaurants and shops all around. They're gorgeous everywhere. I love all the pueblos. But that name, so El Retiro, or sometimes they just call it Retiro, is far beyond that. So I'm like 15, well, I'm up high in the mountain. I'm probably, at least 15 minutes down and then into the pueblo. But so it's a region, but not huge. All of us, Rionegro, El Retiro, and Llano Grande, which is kind of in between. Everyone is 30 minutes or less, from one another. But so all those extended areas are, beautiful mountain views. I mean, and it kind of reminds me, I used to go to New England a lot with my parents, and my mom ended up retiring up there after my dad died. And like in Vermont, like you just have like country roads, and then there'll be like a little area because there's a number of homes in the area and in farms and things like that. So I wouldn't even call it a town. It's like a little area that has like a little grocery store and just some little shops, and not big. So there's little specks of places like that all around that aren't even on the map. So I am not right in the pueblo, but literally, I mean, right along the edge of the pueblo of El Retiro, it just goes straight up to mountains too, and they continue on all the way out where I am, and in every direction there's mountains and beautiful vistas, and it's just amazing. I probably should. I'll show everybody my view real quick. Let's see. Hold on. Hi, Petunia. Oh, and guys, I'm not going to be able to stay on much longer because Petunia normally goes on a walk. She'll let me know. but we're getting close to that time. So it's so hard for me to tell. You gonna say hi, Petunia? Here she is. She's out on the balcony. But here we just have a beautiful, I think you guys have seen this. Oh, down here, I don't show you, like off to the left of my balcony. I do not want to drop my laptop, but can you see the lake? That's that park video where I'm walking all around the lake. That's right there. That monastery, you can't see it because my building's blocking it, but it's the next mountain over. That's El Retiro down there. And then this is just more view. So there's Petunia. Oh my gosh, I almost turned off the live. The laptop went down. And this is a tree that all the birds, see, they look like little tiny bananas. And they love eating those. So I get so many birds. You see them hopping around my balcony all the time. And many of them are super colorful. I'm back. Oh, I'm glad you guys had a spectacular view because I don't know what my laptop was seeing. I was just trying to keep it from closing because then I thought, oh my God, the live's going to stop if I close the lid. But my area is a little unusual because I have pine trees and they aren't everywhere here. But there's so many different varieties of trees and birds. And I did learn this, that Colombia has more species of birds than any country in the world. And you can Google it. Gosh, anybody that sees this after it's taped, in other words, it's going to go up forever. It's going to be a video that's right now 3.5 hours long. Petunia usually goes out at 3, so that's probably about when I'm going to stop because I got to walk her. Everybody can see her. Hi, Petunia. She's so good. Yeah, so if they, a lot of times I'll scroll forward, especially if it's a live 3 hours long or whatever, and they're going to go like where she is now. They're going to be like, oh my God, she looks rough. She always looks so, kind of put together and looking nice on her videos, and look at her now. People were commenting on that, oh, I look really good at the beginning, and I was saying, oh my gosh, YouTube does not have like Zoom. There's some softening filters, so your wrinkles and stuff. It just kind of blurs a little bit, but YouTube is just raw, like no filter, no help. And like right now that I've been talking for 3.5 hours, look at my eyes. They're just like, they're all completely bloodshot. Anyway. Aw. Yes, Petunia look how patient she's being. She's being so, what happened was I got up, so she was thinking we're going out. She's just staring. She has to be, she's my shadow. She has to have me in her sight because she can't hear anymore, but she's always been like, she's a visual dog, visual hunter too. She used to hunt for lizards on my back patio, which is called the lanai in Florida, but she used to catch lizards. So she gets down, in that pounce mode, almost like a cat, and she would watch and watch and watch and then pounce on a lizard. So she's staring at me now because she's like waiting for me to get up and it to be walk time. But I'll try to hold on for like half an hour. So can anybody see how many, because I can't see it, how many people are in? Oh, I think right now there's 54 people here still. See, I hate to end it with that many people. I'm going to look towards the bottom and see if there are any new questions here, because I don't want to leave people hanging. If you asked a question earlier, don't be shy. Just ask it again right now, because I'm going to stay on probably like 30 minutes. And that's what I'm here for, is to answer questions. Oh, thank you, Owen. Thank you, Drone. So 54. And I now see it's not at the bottom. It's at the top of my live. I can see I have 78 likes. So if you're in here, don't forget to click like. I hear people say that on their live stream, and I have 54 watching, so thank you. Oh, she's nodding out again. No, she'll let me know. She'll come right over to me and let me know if she has to go pee. She's very, very mellow these days, and I kind of worry about it a little bit. I mean, she's healthy, she's fine. Miguel was just here, 2 or 3 weeks ago. He checks her more often because of her heart condition, but she'll be 16 a little later this summer, and that just makes me sad to think, but she's doing fine. She's just really mellow, sleeps a lot. When we are on a walk, though, super energy. She wants to walk further up my community, goes up a mountainside than I even want to go. So she's definitely really healthy and really strong. Hi, Wilson. Thank you for joining. Wilson wants to know, how's the water quality in your area? This part of Colombia, I can't speak for the whole country, but we're in the Andes Mountains. So the water, I mean, you can just look at the rivers and the streams. It's crystal clear, super, super fresh. And this region of Colombia actually has, I don't know if it's pipelines or it goes on trucks, but it supplies other parts of Colombia with water. There's so much fresh water here. So it's excellent. And people ask me, see that's called a Berkey. That's from my van life days. And it is supposed to be it's manual. It has these special filters inside. It's kind of a drip system with a little spigot at the end. But I started using it when I was, in the van RV life, because you don't really know when you're traveling a lot and the water's different. You don't know what's in it. I could even be out boondocking and like grab a bucket from a lake somewhere, and it claims to kill everything. And I wasn't sure, I didn't 100% believe it coming here. So I brought my Berkey, but I very soon thereafter was ordering ice in my drinks and restaurants and stuff. And I've never been sick once here. I had a cold, but I've never had like that's why I did not pick Mexico. I've been to Mexico 4 times in my life. You're much younger, but 4 times. And every single time Montezuma's revenge. And I always thought it was just out the bottom end, but not with me. It was like food poisoning that you would get, or a stomach flu, which is normally 24 hours, but we're talking like 3 or 4 days, like almost to the point I probably should have gone and gotten an IV, at the doctor. But anyway, it just, anywhere I went, and because it was on my list to check out too. I did check out other countries before picking Colombia, but I thought, you know what? It's been decades since you've been Mexico. Maybe it's changed. I mean, this is, modern times. They have different ways to clean their water. And I did Google and AI research, and no, it's still an issue. So I thought, I made a promise to myself I would never go there again. So and I've traveled all over the world. The only other place, and this was years ago, it was an outlining area in Turkey. It was just a food poisoning thing. I don't think it was from the water, but it's impossible to live in a place where they say, oh, don't use ice, only drink bottled water, because you eat anything that's not cooked. You have a salad, anything is just rinse. Even if you got a glass and bottled water, guess what? That glass was just washed in tap water and then rinsed, right? With that tap water, with that bacteria on it. So it's basically impossible to be careful enough. And I didn't want that stress. So that's why I didn't pick it there. Let's see what else everybody is saying. Hi, Dance Jeff. That's a cool handle too. Our car's expensive in Colombia. A nice small truck would be perfect for Charlie and I. I heard people in Facebook and stuff say that cars were expensive, and I think you just have to go with the cars that they make here. So I know the most common car is Renault, there's Chevrolet, and there's Kia, and I have a Kia. So I know if you try to bring a car into Colombia, they only want to sell cars that they make here. And I can understand that. They're protecting, Colombia's future, and it's progressed so much over the last couple of decades, and they're continuing on. They don't want any of that monkey business going on. So you can only bring a car into Colombia if it's a year or less old, and then the duty is like 25 or 30%. Or if it's some special antique or something. But again, they go by the value and slap on all that duty. So you pretty much have to buy a car in Colombia. So I don't know if they make Toyotas here or not. All I know is that when I was car shopping, I was looking for a good deal. And all I can do is tell you what I paid for my car. So I bought it in 2024. It was is a 2023 model. And it had, and don't hold me to it, I'm so bad with math, less than 5,000 kilometers. So I think that's like 3,000-ish miles on it. And it's small. It's kind of like, it's called a Picanto. They only make them in Europe, and they make them, I don't know, all of South America. I have no idea, but they make them in Colombia. What would it be? I'm so bad with car names. They don't even make them anymore. But remember years ago, there was like a Ford Fiesta or Escort or like that size. So it's a subcompact. I mean, it's not the size of like a teeny, but it's small. It's definitely a small compact, and it's a hatchback. And they were asking like around $18,000. Now, granted, it's still under warranty. It's like basically brand new. I don't think you can get even the tiniest car in the US for 18, but I don't bargain here because I like to be good to the people. But when it comes to a car or something, I'm a very good negotiator. And just a tip is that because I've been in high-end luxury sales in the fine art business all my life, what spoke to me when they asked for the director at the time, or when I was owner, I want the head honcho, and they're, really trying to get you down in price. What do they always ask in a car dealership? What would I ask in that situation? Well, I'm going to go work on the numbers. If I can do this for you, if I can, so maybe I can't go down quite the, are you prepared to buy it today? That's the key to negotiating. So I had been looking a lot. This car was perfect. It was a little higher than what I wanted to spend. I used money out of the equity in my house because I downgraded, remember guys, from Florida to here, and my home here was so cheap. So I was paying cash. And I just said, after he went back and forth, I finally hit him with the heavy duty. I was staying firm at $16,000. So I finally hit him with the thing. I said, let me just tell you, you're just gonna have to try again. I'm sorry, that's all I have. That's all I can afford, which I really didn't want to spend more than 15. So I really was telling the truth. And then I said, I tell you what, if you can do it, I will pay you today for it. Out the door. And it did it. So answer your question, 2023 Kia Picanto, ends in an O, with 3,000 miles on it. I still under warranty, and it still is now. I got for $16,000 US. So I consider that a good deal. And there are tons of older cars. I mean, I see cars, all the time that are less than that. So, but there is great public transportation here too. So sorry to ramble so much on that. I like to help people and stuff. So I hope that car negotiation thing for those that my kids, whenever they bought cars and stuff, I always went with them and got good prices for them. Oh, no, Gordon, I didn't. He's saying that same import rule works for motorcycles too. So it has to be brand new. Again, they want to keep the money flowing in Colombia. And they charge duty on things that come in. They welcome people to come here and to move here. I mean, there are visas, all of that available, but they don't want us bringing all our stuff. They want us to come here and support the economy here. And I can understand that for sure. Right, Cisco. Paying a little more for what you want is better than paying a little less for something you won't be happy with. I 100% agree. I 100% agree. And I've said this in other videos, I think early on when I was being very philosophical, because I am very much that way, and kind of spiritual, like inner, just, not in a religious sense. I wasn't speaking that way. But it's, you have to be good to yourself, and you have to really ask yourself questions. What makes you happy? And I mean, I don't regret every single morning when I wake up. I'm telling you, like the first couple weeks here, I get teary eyed because it's like a painting outside, and I don't have drapes. I just love just to have it wide open. And I'm just on a wake up with the sun. And sometimes I even wake up before the sun. Every morning, the sunrise was different. It was like a new painting. It would just take my breath away. I mean, like tears rolling down my face when I woke up before I made the coffee. So, and what happened was I think you guys know this from my apartment tour. It was a 2-bedroom. And I knew if I knocked that wall out, because both rooms, the family room and that bedroom, had walls of glass. I just thought, oh, instead of having a tunnel with the glass at the end and some view, I thought, I'm just going to open that up. I mean, how often am I having guests? I'm going to buy an air mattress. I'm going to get, a good big, sofa that people can sleep on too. And I don't regret it for a minute. And someone said to me a couple months after I bought the place, they said, "Oh, you really ruined your investment. You turned a 2-bedroom into a 1-bedroom." And I know people can always convert it, but if I ever advertise this on the market, which I don't plan on doing anytime soon, but if I did, I really should advertise it as a 1-bedroom, 2-bath. But you know what? I asked myself, what is more important? I could fall over dead, in a year. I don't know, but I made the right decision, because when I woke up that morning, I saw those sunrises. I came out here to get my coffee. Petunia and I went out on that balcony, and here I had this wide open view while I'm pouring my pour over coffee in my kitchen out there and seeing that glorious panorama. And you know what? I don't care. I don't care if it devalued it. I don't care. I'm living my best life, as I say in my videos. I'm living my best life for the rest of my life. There was a Frank Capra movie with Carol Lombard. I love her, back in the 30s. And the title of that movie is a comedy, but it says it all. You can't take it with you. That was the name of the movie. But it's true. I mean, so many people kind of squander or sit in fear or this or that. I am a bit of a spender. My dad was about experiences, and he grew up in the Depression, and he ended up doing well in his career. He was entrepreneurial, American dream story, which are fewer and further between now, but he had that. And my whole time growing up, that's all he wanted to do was see like the best, like we had to go to Yosemite, and and he would just have so much joy when we get to a place like that. Imagine a kid that grew up working in a bakery for like pennies after school, because his dad died when he was young, and he had brothers and sisters and a single mom, and a kid that grew up, he worked at the bakery because they would give him the stale bread. He could bring it home to his family too, in addition to his pay. And so whenever we went anywhere, he loved New York City. He whatever was like the latest show. I saw how my mom hated theater. He would took me to see Hello Dolly and Hello Dolly with Carol Channing, all that. And he would literally cry at the end. There's always a happy grand finale. Dun 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 dun, at the end of May. And it just takes your breath away, the theater. He sit there crying, and so he lived his life. Now it's making me tear-red. He lived his life to the fullest, every single moment, and had that gratitude all the time. So that's another reason why I'm here too. I feel like I'm making myself happy, and I have had viewers before say, "Oh, you say too much. You." No, I give back too, and I haven't talked a lot about that. Maybe in another live, but I consider myself obviously much more fortunate than the majority of people in this country, and I do give back my time and also financially. too when I can. I'm generous, and I'm not rich, but I just try to be to give back. I think it's a really important thing to make yourself happy, but also be filled with gratitude and make other people happy. So that's my heavy stuff here, close to the end of my life. So let's say what you guys are saying. Aw, thank you, Miss BB or Double B. You're so sweet. I love that you found your happy place in Colombia. Thank you. And I hope you're in your happy place or looking for your happy. We're always in our happy place, no matter where we live or whatever. We have that choice every morning when we wake up. Am I going to start my day happy and expect goodness today or not? So hooray for that. Aw, thank you, Owen. He said, even though I did degrade from a 2-bedroom to a 1-bedroom, he said the next buyer will love the view that I created. So true. Yeah, that does add value because it's got a better view than if I hadn't. Yeah, absolutely. And Gordon is saying that his are pushing him to starting to do more and more. Kids are pushing me to do more. You have a small channel now. Well, feel free to post. Is your channel Gordon Black? Gordon? Well, I'll take a look. So do a post. So whoever's in here, we're still at 54 people. Maybe some people just left it on and have gone and they're out taking walks and stuff like that. Imagine 54 people still listening to me like punch drunk on water and cashews here. Oh, Donna was asking Gordon if he had a channel. And Gordon is happy in Santa Maria. Oh, Belladora. She loves Frank Capra movies too. I love classic film. I've just always been a big, big buff of that. Okay, Edward, we're getting close to my last question. Petunia's starting to walk around, so I know she's going to want to go on her walk like in 5 minutes. So I'm not going to be on her longer. Edward asks, what were the mechanics of paying? Did you transfer money from the US or did you have that money in a Colombian bank account? Okay, so we're going to kind of get close to the end of the chat here. I'm going to explain the money thing. You cannot bring large amounts of money. Well, first of all, you can't open a Colombian bank account until you have your cedula, and you can't get that until you get your visa. So it's going to be 2 or 3 months before you have all of those processes done and you can have a Bank Colombian account. But to move money, like to buy real estate, anything like that, and you haven't even gotten to the point where you have a migrant visa or cedula or anything like that yet, even after larger amounts of money, you can't move into Colombia easily. And these smaller services like Wise and Remedy, they're going to charge a little bit more. So if it is to buy real estate, there are 2 brokerage firms that are huge. So they're similar to Charles Schwab, actually, where I have my my debit card that I use here all the time. But anyway, the one I use is Alianza, and they just charge about 1% to move the money. They have an office in New York City. They have a Citibank account. So what happens is when you're transferring a larger amount of money, is you obviously still have a U.S. account at that point. You transfer from your U.S. account to their Citibank account in New York City, and then that gets transferred legally. And because Colombia is really careful, they don't want money laundering, anything like that. It all has to be done legitimately. So Alianza does this. So then it gets moved into Colombia, into your account with Alianza. And it's a wonderful firm. You have a dashboard. You see everything that's there. They even transfer it for you when it's time for your closing, if you're buying property. If you need to access it, it's all super easy on your dashboard. The woman that helped me, my rep, they made sure that I had a representative that was, fluent in English. So the whole transaction was seamless, and it cost about 1%. Very easy to do. But so that's to answer your question about transferring large sums of money. Other than that, small sums of money, you have Remedy and Wise, all those companies. Some of them have bait and switch kind of ads, will say, oh, it's only going to cost you $10. Well, that might be on your first one. Then after that, it's some ridiculous amount of money. So you just have to kind of look. But I've said this in my money video. I just use the Charles Schwab card just so often because it's accepted everywhere. And I deposit my Social Security actually into there. And so some there and some in Bank Colombia, my local account. So that's how that works. Yeah, I think Petunia's ready. And Karina, hi, welcome. I'm going to say welcome and goodbye in just a second. Oh, thanks that my attitude is good. And I guess after, in 5 minutes, guys, it will be 4 hours. Oh my God. 4 hours. I wonder if there's a Guinness Book of World Records. It's got to be longer. If somebody doing a live stream. Because I have literally not, and I purposely not, which I normally drink a lot of water, I have not taken a bathroom break. I'm fine, guys. I'm comfortable. I've only eaten it literally like 6 cashews, and I've been drinking only half of this. So I'm going to be going. But Karina has come down now for the 5th time to Medellin. Well, awesome. Well, hopefully sometime you will call it home. If not, just keep coming and visiting and enjoying it here. And Gordon uses Western Union. Yes, I've heard of that as well. So there's plenty of ways to do it. And Facebook groups, your local Facebook groups that you belong to, people have posted a million ways. Things change all the time. That's true globally. And in Colombia, in particular. So things change. What you may have used, last year could be something better now or whatever. So you always just want to stay on the up and up. So guys, my YouTube family, we're going to be on only because I just have to do it. I wonder if there's it is over. I am at over 4 hours because I went live early to make sure I did it right. You guys, I've been live for 4 hours, 5 minutes, and 27 seconds. So I appreciate everyone. Thank you so much. I will be posting another video midweek from one of my favorite discount stores. And many of you were asking me to show prices. So I show a lot of prices for you guys to get a gauge on what things cost. So thanks so much, everyone. I really appreciate you. Take care, everybody. And Petunia's here and she's, I'm backwards. She's ready to go. Where are you? Everything. Yeah, look at her. She's patiently waiting. Okay, guys, love everybody. We'll have a live again, probably another couple weeks. I got to figure out what technically went wrong with the first one. So I got to learn a little more, and we'll do more of those and more, taped videos too. Oh, she's being so cute. Okay, bye, guys. Love you all.